just a few minutes. Please take this time to turn off all of your mobile devices or set them to silent or vibrate. Thank you.
10 years and read about teacher leadership long before that. And I think what's happening right now in teacher leadership, whereas in the past it's been more reactive, we're moving to a time where it's more proactive, where we're following a teacher's lead. The teachers are the ones calling people to the table, developing these big ideas instead of having ideas developed outside of education for teachers. For me, I got involved in teacher leadership, kind of trial by fire, versus having kind of skillful development and support. So I think what's really exciting with this shift in culture is we're thinking about better ways to develop teacher leadership. We're thinking about ways to have teachers collaborate together to work on these big ideas. And then once they're in the field, doing a better job supporting them. Hi, I'm Megan Allen. I'm a National Board Certified teacher from Tampa, Florida, who's currently working as a program developer and instructor at Mount Holyoke College in South Hadley, Massachusetts.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The National Board for Professional Teaching Standards and the Alliance for Excellent Education are pleased to open the second annual Teaching and Learning Conference and the fourth annual Digital Learning Day. Please welcome your host for TNL, the President and CEO of the National Board, Dr. Ronald Thorpe.
Welcome, everybody. From the energy I feel in the room today, what I felt this morning in the sessions, and certainly yesterday in the workshops, we're off to a magnificent start for our second TNL. Thank you all for being here. As you've just heard, this is our second event in DC, but our roots go back to 2006 in New York City, and many of the people in this room helped create that conference back in those days. And the goal was simple. We wanted to create something that was truly special. We didn't think education needed just another conference. We thought education needed something that was going to elevate this profession. But then why shouldn't a conference have such aspirations? This conference belongs to the teaching profession, our profession. You go to work every day wanting your classrooms and your schools to be the place where knowledge meets inspiration. To maintain and fuel such high expectations, you deserve the best when you give up your time and talent to attend a conference like this. We hope that Teaching and Learning provides you with some of what you need to realize the full dream that is at the root of public education. The National Board is pleased to host this event, but we don't own it. You do. This conference belongs to the teaching workforce and all educators who have responsibility for supporting teachers in the sacred work that they do. It belongs to the advisory boards and partners. It belongs to our sponsors, who are also partners. An event like this is not cheap to put on. Sponsors have limited amount of money and endless places to put it. Why would they choose Teaching and Learning to invest in? There is only one reason. They believe in our mission. They believe in our vision for what educators need to accomplish their goal. This conference is not a fundraiser, not for the National Board, not for anyone. This conference is an investment in teachers. The numbers are impressive this year. We are once again at 3,000 educators each day. You come from all 50 states, the District of Columbia, and thanks to our good friends at the Visiting International Fellows Program, we have teachers here from 18 different countries. Without question, the most exciting new development this year that we have is that we've combined forces with Digital Learning Day, the brainchild of Governor Bob Wise and the Alliance for Excellent Education. This is their fourth Digital Learning Day.
They don't have that mic turned on, do they?
And Governor Wise and I thought it was time to bring the two events together, not just so that people who couldn't be here today could benefit from the plenary sessions like this one, but we want to show what digital technologies can do in the 21st century, to extend the reach that we know has to start face-to-face, live, when we all come together, but extend then to tens of thousands of educators around the world. Thank you, Governor Wise, for your leadership and your partnership. We look forward to today's town hall meeting at 1 o'clock, when we literally will be joined by tens of thousands of educators around the world. I also want to thank the 15 DC-based cultural organizations who opened their doors yesterday so that teachers could have an experience that is so unique that you have bragging rights back at your faculty rooms for months and months and months. These workshops in places like Ford's Theater, the Holocaust Museum, the Library of Congress. These are not tours. These were special programs that were created for you at no additional cost. And I was especially pleased that the Frederick Douglass House joined us this year, Frederick Douglass House being part of the National Park Service. I ask each one of you who attended one of those workshops to share what you learned back in your schools. I listened to teachers last night. I listened to one in particular who said, I cannot believe I was sitting at the board table of National Geographic, and I'm a high school teacher. These are experiences that teachers need to have on a regular basis, but they seem to only happen at Teaching and Learning. We have a lot to do today, but I want to pause for a second to give you something to think about. Teaching as a profession has come to a very important moment. In my 40 years as an educator, I do not remember a time when I witnessed such resolve among teachers and principals, teacher educators, and policymakers to take charge of our own profession, to do the work that other professions have done over the years, to gain not only the respect and prestige they deserve, but in order to do the best possible job for their patients, their clients, and in our case, our students. Every profession exists within a set of structures imposed on them by government at all levels. Every profession has to work within the limitations of the public and private sector. Every profession has to deal with strong self-interests that don't always align to their interests. But somehow they learn to transcend those things. And the way they do it is always the same. They invest in the workforce, because the workforce is the one thing a profession can control. The quality of the people who make up that profession. That's what we control, that's what makes us unique, and that's the job that lies ahead of us. Some of you know that the National Board has taken an especially careful look at the medical profession and how it has developed over the last 100 years especially. Are there things that they've done that can inform us to make us better? We aren't doctors and nurses. We have our own unique way of dealing with our students. The work of a teacher is every bit as complicated as the work of a doctor, maybe even more so. So how is it that in the eyes of the public, teachers look so different from doctors and other professionals? When I came to the National Board in 2011, my good friend Sharon Robinson at AACTE told me that I needed to read Paul Starr's Pulitzer Prize-winning book, The Transformation of American Medicine, which I did, and many members of our staff did as well. Early on in that book, there are two short sentences that I think are on the screen behind me. They leap from the page. I'd like to share them with you now. In the 19th century, the medical profession was generally weak, divided, insecure in its status and income, unable to control entry into practice or to raise the standards of medical education. In the 20th century, not only did physicians become a powerful, prestigious, and wealthy profession, but they succeeded in shaping the basic organization and financial structure of American education. Medicine was not a profession 100 years ago. Let's just make some quick changes to those two sentences and see what you think. In the 20th century, the teaching profession was generally weak, divided, insecure in its status and income, unable to control entry into practice or to raise the standards of teacher education. In the 21st century, not only did teachers become a powerful, prestigious, and wealthy profession, but they succeeded in shaping the basic organization and financial structure of American education. I shared those sentences. I shared those sentences with our board of directors at the time, and I said, someday I want to read a book called The Social Transformation of American Education, and we will read those words in it. Dennis Van Rokel immediately said, I want to help write that book. Dennis Van Rokel is now retired from the NEA, but he's come back here today to the Teaching and Learning Conference. And I think he's come back in large part because he maintains that commitment to writing that book. I think all of you are here for that. We have very high-profile people in our profession who are arguing for just this kind of work. But their influence on the future of our profession is no greater than Nancy Fancy Boy from Arkansas, from Jonathan Guillotine from Hawaii, Laurie Smith from Carlisle, Pennsylvania, or Mauro Diaz from Wyoming. All of you are here at some level to help our profession write the book that medicine has already written, and we can learn a lot from them. I hope the experiences that you have today and tomorrow at this conference move that agenda, give you new ideas of what the potential is for our profession. Remember that 100 years ago, nobody trusted doctors. Most doctors were also barbers and had other kinds of jobs. But we have to be clear to the public. We have to show the public that through a peer-reviewed, performance-based process, we can ensure them of quality across our workforce. You would not go into surgery tomorrow with a surgeon who said, I'm not board certified, but I'm just as good. Trust me. We have to hold ourselves to the same standards to the families who send us their children. Thank you for being here today and for all you do for the children of the United States. Now, I have been enormously fortunate in my career to work side by side with a man who, because he has children at the center of his heart, is a great friend to educators. Ralph Smith is the Senior Vice President at the Annie E. Casey Foundation. That gives him a very wide portfolio of work. Today, the centerpiece of that work is the Campaign for Grade Level Reading, which in just a few short years has become a movement in states and communities across the nation to ensure that more low-income children read at grade level by the end of third grade. Work of this magnitude is never done quickly. Ralph only gets into big issues that are going to take years to solve, and he has a great track record. He's shown us what it takes to do this. Over the last few years, he's been in more than 100 different communities. Just as important, he's learned from those communities what they need. Foundations have money. Foundations have the gentle power to convene. But foundations need to listen to communities, to schools, to parents, so that they invest their money wisely. He was here last year to report on the progress of the campaign, and I am delighted that he's come back to give us yet another update. Please welcome our friend and colleague, Mr. Ralph Smith.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm delighted to be here. But before I say another word, I want to acknowledge not just the generous introduction from Ron Thorpe, but I want to acknowledge Ron Thorpe himself. I'll tell you why. In 2013, I'm going to give you a chance to do that. In 2013, there was a gap year for this conference. And there were those who thought that Ron would be so occupied by the challenges and opportunities of his new position, that this conference would become a historical footnote. The folks who thought that didn't know Ron Thorpe, did not understand his vision, did not appreciate his passion, did not get his focus, and missed the sense of urgency that he brings to improving education in this nation. And that's why this conference continues, and that's why we are all here today. And I want you to join me in acknowledging and expressing appreciation to our host and visionary, Ron Thorpe. Now, I had a chance to look at the program today, and I'm always impressed and inspired by the lineup, and realize that this morning you'll have an opportunity to hear from a number of people, including the best sector of education ever. Now, in these days of Facebook and Twitter and instant communication, when you say the best secretary ever, I know that Secretary Riley and Secretary Page and Secretary Spellman would probably have heard about me saying that just about 10 seconds ago. So I know they will have one question. I know they will share my sense that Arne Duncan is the best Secretary of Education ever. They will want to know who's number two. And I've got to say to Secretary Riley and Secretary Page and Secretary Spellman, I'm not talking. I am not going to answer that question on or off the record. But I do get a chance to say that what Secretary Duncan has done in the last 5 years has been remarkable, and I'm going to join you in hearing more from him. You know, I wanted to come back. I really wanted to come back here because I wanted you to see that map. I wanted you to see the map of this campaign, and I'm hoping that you can, and now you can. Because that map represents 167, soon to be 170 communities in 41, soon to be 43 states across the country. It represents 2,100 community-based organizations, public libraries, agencies, public housing authorities, business associations, community foundations, Family Foundation, United Ways. Organizations that responded to the call of mayors and public officials and civic leaders to come together to deal with important education issues in their community, including and especially the challenge of making sure all children, with a special focus on low-income children, can read proficiently by the end of third grade. And I wanted you to see that picture because in 2011, Ron asked me and allowed me an opportunity to come to the meeting in New York and to speak about this in small sessions with educators. And those educators almost unanimously endorsed and shared the concern which activates this campaign, and that concern is that we have a large and growing number of children who are falling outside the reach of schools, outside the reach of even good schools with strong leadership, with quality teachers in every classroom and a supportive instructional climate. And teachers and educators were concerned, and they encouraged us to say what they wanted to say, that too many children were coming to school not ready for what school has to offer, and were so far behind that it was not likely they would catch up by third grade. That too many children were missing too many days of school and so much instruction that it wouldn't matter if there was great instruction in the classroom because the kids weren't there to hear it and to benefit from it. And thirdly, that as we've known for more than a century, too many kids are not engaged over the summer, return to school in September, farther behind than when they left in June. And in many communities and families, these conditions coexist, so that some children who start off behind fall farther behind by missing school and lose even more ground over the summer. And the educators in 2011 urged us to make this a more visible public issue. And we took them at their word, and we went out and we tried to do that. Today, I'm back here. I'm back here because we can claim significant progress, but we need more help. We need your voice. We need you to raise your voice on behalf of these kids. You know, we have made the case that reading proficiency by the end of third grade is important to high school graduation, and kids who do tend to graduate from high schools, and kids who don't tend not, even and especially low-income children. We've made the case that high school graduation is important to our national defense, to us having technological superiority by having more kids go to college and graduate school. We've made the case that it's important to have a workforce prepared to compete in the global economy. And that has worked and worked well. But we need to do more. We need to get a large proportion of the community understanding what reading means to a child. We need to get them to understand that a child who can read is the most powerful contributor and most powerful ally we have in learning. That this child, upon being able to read, becomes an agent for their own learning and development, an advocate of their own interest, and an architect of their own future. We need them to understand the power, the enabling power of a child being able to read. But we need them to understand what those of you in this audience who have worked in classrooms know well, that fourth grader who cannot read, that fourth grader looks around and realizes that there are students who can. We need you to help them imagine themselves as that fourth grader, realizing that their future is now seriously compromised. What incentive does that child have to resist oppositional behavior? to abide by our rules and norms, to respect and trust the adults who have failed. You know, that child realizes that she or he is in trouble, and there's no cavalry coming to help because they're on their way to becoming a statistic, and our time and attention will be spent in helping those students to learn who can help themselves. We need you to help a large group of Americans understand that while children may leave school in 8th, 9th, or 10th grade, in fact, they drop out in 4th. Only you can do that. If there's such a thing as an intergenerational compact, we would say that that compact would have us commit to making sure our children are born healthy. But you know what? Those newborns don't know how often we fail. That compact would commit us to making sure that kids are thriving at 3 and are on track in terms of their development. But you know what? That 3-year-old doesn't know how often we fail. Nor does that kid entering school know and understand how often we fail to prepare him or prepare her. But that 4th grader knows and understands that they have been failed by us and by all of us. You know, the intergenerational compact would say that we should leave our children in the next generation a planet with clean air to breathe and water to drink and arable land to grow food. We should leave them a nation that is strong, secure, at peace and respected by its neighbors and the world. We should leave them a country with an infrastructure that is not imploding and collapsing and exploding, that we should leave them not just less debt, but more value. All these things that are part of that intergenerational compact are at risk, because there is no way we're going to persuade the next generation that we can do any of that if first we don't teach them to read. The good news is this map with 167 communities, with 41 states, with 2,100 organizations representing hundreds of thousands of engaged citizens. The good news is that help is on the way, and we need you to bring more. Thank you very much.
Over the last year, the National Board has been working with the Department of Education, the Department of the Interior, the Bureau of Indian Education, on some very special needs that our children and teachers have in tribal schools around the country. The BIE is set out on a very bold course. They literally think that they want to have 25% of their teachers board certified by 2020. This is a huge lift. It's coming directly from President Obama. To bring greetings from the President, please welcome his advisor on Native American Affairs and Director of Generation Indigenous, Jody Gillette.
Thank you, everyone. I want to thank my colleagues for bringing us all together, especially Ron and his team. They've been wonderful to work with. And I want to just say that it's really important, and I think each and every one of you in this room here today, my mother's a teacher and has been a teacher most of my life, and my dad is also a principal, an educator, a director. and they are the reason that I'm here today. I am from the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and I went to school at a BIE school, and I am also the advisor or the special assistant to the president, and I have a very unique perspective because the statistics for Native Americans do not bode well. And this is something that I've known most of my life, but I think that it's time that the United States as a country, the education advocates and teachers everywhere understand the kind of crisis that we're in. High quality teachers and principals like yourselves make an enormous difference in the lives of all children, including Native Americans. And improving the lives and opportunities for Native youth is a really high priority for the president. There are Native teachers here today, Jovita Moyer and Jolene Rose and folks like that, but we have a larger call of action to this group. The president went to Standing Rock this past summer and visited with a number of youth, and the things that he heard touched him deeply. And for that reason, he directed his staff and cabinet secretaries to do everything they can to develop something that will make a difference in the lives of Native youth, and that something is Generation Indigenous. Generation Indigenous is an initiative that focuses on removing barriers and addressing some really serious circumstances that stand in the way of Native youth achieving their full potential. One of the central components of Generation Indigenous is the partnership that we have with the National Board, and that is something we are undertaking in the BIE reform and redesign at the Department of Interior, and this is something that is really important to our work. A challenge that all BIE schools face, and frankly all rural schools face, is that being in remote locations and in very hard to reach areas of the country, it's extremely difficult to recruit effective teachers and leaders to so many schools. And so we've really looked at the issue of recruitment and retention and the ability to attract high quality teachers. This is something that has been a barrier for a while, but we're also looking at ways that we can train and enhance the skills and tools that existing teachers in the BIE school systems can improve as they teach Native youth. So in order to reach this goal, we've gone through a series of different action items, one of which is the partnership with the National Board. And just want you to know that right now, today, we have over 200 teachers at BIE funded schools registered for Component 1, and that's a huge achievement. So we're very excited about our partnership. We're extremely, extremely happy that more than just Native Americans are paying attention to this issue, because although we can train as many Native teachers as we can possibly put our efforts towards, this is a national issue, and we need everybody to understand. BIE schools only educate 10% of Native American children. The remaining 90% are in public schools. And so that's important for everyone to realize that there are Native children. We want to provide better tools for them. We want to be able to provide the best education possible. And what you do today and the things that you're talking about and thinking about here is going to impact the lives and the future of children for generations to come. So I hope that you become more aware. We just published a a Native Youth Report from the White House that talks more about the history and the statistics. We need to understand best practices that work out there in the field. We want to understand how we can share better with the work that's talking about culturally relevant curriculum, and we look forward to future partnerships with you. Thank you very much.
Jody, we hope you'll come back next year and give us an update on this wonderful initiative. I'd ask you to share two things with President Obama. First of all, this initiative is supported by every teacher in this hall, all 3,000 of them. We have our own schools, our own children. They are our first priority. But as professionals, we care about the teachers and children in every school in America. And secondly, and I know I'm primarily speaking for myself on this, but I think most of you agree, we do not believe in parachuting teachers into these communities. We believe that the best teachers of these children are the teachers who are of these communities, who understand them the most, who are committed to them first and foremost, and want to spend their careers helping those children. That's what we believe in, and that's what we think this initiative is going to lead to. Now, last year on this very stage, at this very podium, another big announcement was made. This one came from Secretary of Education Arne Duncan. The Secretary spends an enormous amount of time with teachers, especially his teacher ambassador fellows. And through these conversations, it became clear to him, especially as he and I have had the chance to travel the world with the International Summit on the Teaching Profession, that other countries do it differently. It occurred to him that we were draining talent from the classrooms because we were not providing opportunities for teachers to learn to lead in their profession without leaving the classroom. And so at that point, a new initiative was born, now known as Teach to Lead. And we have been involved with him and the Teacher Ambassador Fellows in a number of summits around the country. He promised you a year ago that he would be back and that you could hold him responsible. I think he said he could hold me responsible too. I'll do my best. On the progress that we've made. Please welcome the Secretary of Education, Mr. Arne Duncan.
It is great to be back. As Ron said, Teach to Lead was an idea that really came from the conversations we had with teachers around the nation who loved being in the classroom, who wanted to help to shape the profession, and somehow we as a nation have not given those opportunities. So over the past year, we had some great ideas, we had lots of hope. We weren't quite sure what would happen. The past year has been truly remarkable. Please take a look at this video, and I'll speak for a moment after that.
And house lights go, video roll.
I've heard from too many teachers who are tired of the heartbreaking choice between serving their students and serving their profession. It's assumed that experience and innovation and talent mean moving out of the classroom. I want a school where talent and expertise and innovation mean opportunities to lead from the classroom. And that's why Ron and I are working together on an initiative that we're calling Teach to Lead.
Teach to Lead is allowing teachers to lead without leaving the classroom.
Giving teachers the opportunity, or us as teachers taking and creating the opportunity to lead without having to leave the classroom is key. And it's key for us and our sustainability, but more importantly, it's key for our kids and their learning.
It's so important because the teachers are the ones who work so closely with the students. And for those teachers who know their students so well, to be able to be in a position of power and authority is what's really going to change and get those students to where they need to be.
For us to do this on scale, we've got a couple things going on. Number one, we've got a wonderful website, the Teach to Lead website, where we have a lot of resources from over 70 partner organizations who have joined us in these efforts. We also have the Commit to Lead platform, which is a virtual community where teachers can go on, they can load up their ideas, and other people can give feedback.
Teach to Lead has had 3 summits, one in Louisville, Kentucky, one in Denver, Colorado, and one in Boston, Massachusetts.
This summit came at the right time for our group. The presenters, the speakers, the networking that we're able to do is really helping us clarify our intentions and our goals to get to that next level.
Teach to Lead was a really great place for us to take a step back, look at where we've been, and really chart a good course forward for where we want to go.
It's been an incredible opportunity. The energy and the experience of seeing the teachers here collaborating with projects that are at different stages, I think speaks to the importance of continuing this sort of effort, but also speaks to this momentum that is building around teacher leadership that I truly believe is going to catalyze us.
From those 3 summits, we have hosted 2 leadership labs already and are looking to host 7 more.
Because of the work that was done today and the teachers there and the contributions and the commitment to change and elevating teacher voice, we've kind of started creating a new pathway for teachers that want more but don't want to leave the classroom.
It was empowering to be sitting with all these different colleagues that have amazing ideas at the district level, the building level, and at the state level. And to know that that's being worked on nationally makes you feel like the profession is really moving in a positive direction.
We're doing all of this to get a really good, strong movement in teacher leadership going forward, because we know that the best ideas in education are often borrowed or stolen from another teacher, and that somewhere out there in a classroom or in a school are teachers who have the ideas that really can transform the system. If we can just raise their voice up to a level where it can be heard by people who are also making policy and who can spread what they're doing to a systems type level.
I always love when technology actually works. That's always my fear, is you come out here and announce this thing, it doesn't happen. You can hear clearly why teacher leadership matters so much to the teachers who participated. And I want to take a minute to describe why it matters so much to our students, to the profession, and ultimately to our nation. We all know it's a challenging and a difficult, but also a pretty remarkable time to be an educator. The focus on equity and on actual outcomes for students has never been stronger, I think, in the nation's history. Education, we all believe, must be the great equalizer that opens the door to opportunity and upward mobility. It's also a time of huge changes in our schools, and change is never easy. In fact, I'm convinced raising the bar is always hard. But these changes are paying off in powerful ways for the children we serve. And thanks to your hard work and the hard work and commitment of our students and their families, I'm pleased to report that our nation's high school graduation rate is at an all-time high, 81%. Dropout rates are down significantly. African American dropout rates down 45% over the past decade. Hispanic dropout rates cut in half, from 28% to 14%. And most encouragingly to me, with higher graduation rates and lower dropout rates, between just 2008 and 2012, that meant more than 1.1 million additional students of color, not just graduating from high school, but going on to our nation's universities. And for all of this hard work, not just our students and families, but our nation owes all of you a huge debt of gratitude. I just want you to take a minute and think about what that means, not just for those young people, but for their families, literally for generations to come, that they had the opportunity not just to graduate from high school, but go and pursue their dreams in higher education and beyond. And while we should absolutely celebrate all that progress, everyone here knows we have so much further to go until every child in this country receives the education that he or she deserves. But we also have great new strategies and tools to help teachers as they try to literally transform the life chances of the students you serve. We have vastly deeper knowledge about how people learn best, insights across disciplines, from neuroscience to developmental psychology and information processing. And we have more ways to realize and to benefit from the collective expertise of our nation's great teachers, with so many ways to share information across schools, districts, states, and now obviously the world. Just a generation ago, too often, it seemed like the job of the student was to adjust to the needs of the school. And today, the job of the school is to adjust to the needs of each student and help them discover their unique talents and gifts. That's the right way to go, but we all know that's also much harder to do well. But there's only one way that this enormous change is going to work, and that's if teachers and other educators own it and lead it. I'm convinced it can't come from outside or from above. We all know that a great learning environment requires at least 3 things: great relationships,
and trust between the adults there, strong, inclusive principals, and time for teachers to collaborate and to support each other. Those ideals are easy to articulate, but how we actually do those things so that all children in America experience the types of magical learning environments they deserve, that's the challenge. That's the central challenge of today. And the answers as to how to solve those challenges, again, I'm convinced, has to come from you. And that's why, as Ron said, a year ago, with the National Board as a fantastic partner, we announced Teach to Lead. Teach to Lead was designed to promote opportunities for teacher leadership that improves outcomes for students by first, fostering meaningful leadership opportunities for teachers, and second, growing a national community of practice and conversation around the future of the very profession itself. Ultimately, it's about lifting up and strengthening the profession of teaching, not just here in the United States, but as we move forward, you'll hear about that, across the globe. From day one, a year ago, this has been teacher-designed and teacher-led in every way, including by the teacher leaders in our own organizations. Teacher Ambassador Fellows at the Department of Education and the exceptional teachers here on the National Board team served as the architects of this work. Our goal was never to invent teacher leadership or to try to define it. Lots of great work has been happening in pockets across the country for years. But everywhere I traveled, I heard the strong desire, even the demand, to move beyond these isolated islands of creativity and collaboration. We responded to that call from teachers. And once the platform was built, teachers across the country made it what it's become. It is succeeding only because teachers have taken the lead. In a few minutes, you'll get to hear from some of the extraordinary educators who have taken part in this effort and learn what it's producing in their classrooms. But first, I want to take a minute and celebrate what teachers have done through Teach to Lead. First, through in-person events, we reached hundreds of educators from 38 states, including 3 National Teacher Leadership Summits and 2 Teacher Leadership Labs. As a result of these events, educators have produced more than 100 action plans for schools and districts to implement improved opportunities for teacher leadership. Significantly to me, over 70 partner organizations, including some that don't necessarily always play nice with each other, have come together to the table to collaborate to support this initiative. Principals groups and unions, state and local departments of education, academic entities, grassroots organizations, and teacher advocacy organizations are all working together to support all of you. Teach to Lead launched Commit to Lead, a virtual community with more than 2,000 participants who have shared hundreds of ideas for how to advance teacher leadership in their schools, districts, and states, and gain feedback from other educators and supporting organizations, resulting in hundreds of additional commitments towards teacher leadership. In summary, in just this past year, thousands of teachers have been engaged in this work by attending Teach to Lead workshops, webinars, and Twitter chats. And what have we heard back from the educators involved? First, as we all know, the appetite for leadership is enormous. Second, educators are ready with powerful ideas that they want to implement now. Third, they need the time and the space to collaborate in order to expand and build their leadership. And fourth, teacher leadership is a win both for teachers and principals. And we've been very pleased that principals have largely been supportive of this work rather than being threatened by it. And finally, when all the pieces come together, students, schools, and ultimately the profession all win. They all win. As Ron Thorpe has said, teacher leadership is about momentum, and this effort is growing. In Iowa, all 346 school districts, every single one of them, applied for planning grants to support their local development of teacher leadership, and the state leadership team participated in our summit in Boston. In Colorado, the Denver Public Schools are expanding their teacher leadership program from 14 schools in 2013 to 72 schools in 2015. That's a 500% increase in 2 years. And later this month, we're taking a delegation of 6 teacher leaders who all attended Teach to Lead summits with us to the international summit that we hold each year so that we can learn from and share with our colleagues from 15 countries across the globe, share as a team.
Finally, I want to close with just one more quick example from South Dakota. Two teachers there, Charlotte Stever and Scott Simpson, are they here? Are they here? Please stand up, give them a huge round of applause. Charlotte and Steve are working together to launch the Wakota project. And you heard from Jody earlier, everyone here knows the tremendous challenges and the desperate need to better educate our Native American children. When you travel to Indian country and the reservations, unemployment is sometimes 50, 60, 70, even 80%. It's staggering. Alcohol abuse, suicide rates are sometimes staggeringly high. It's often difficult to retain teachers in those communities. And many of the teachers do not come from the community, and the need for greater cultural competence is profound. So instead of being overwhelmed, instead of just admiring the problem, Sheila and Steve stepped up, and they were determined to fix it and find a way to make a real difference. And together, they attended a Teach to Lead summit to make their ideas more concrete. It's obviously still early, but the connections that they made have had some pretty exciting new developments. They found educators from Oklahoma, in Montana, in New Mexico, in Wyoming, who are all trying to solve very similar challenges in their schools, in their communities. They're now working with the national board here to get more Native American educators board certified. And they made connections with the Literacy Foundation in Australia that has been making ebooks in the home languages of Indigenous children. And Charlotte explained, and I quote, "Discovering that the same issues that we're grappling with here exist literally all over the world has meant so much to me. The summit and the connections we made have helped us better understand the problem that we're trying to solve and the possible solutions that we can help bring about." That's just a very, very quick summary of where we are today. And the real question I'm going to close with is, where does Teach to Lead go from here in the second year of this extraordinary journey? And the answer, again, I believe, is up to all of you. Our hope is to accelerate the pace of change and build upon the sense of momentum that Ron so eloquently described. Our teachers and our students simply cannot wait. For those of you who are already driving this critical work, thank you so much. For those of you who are just coming into your own leadership roles, please join us in this effort. Please also visit the Teach to Lead website. Post your own leadership idea on the Commit to Lead platform, housed on teachtolead.org. As we strive to better support our nation's teachers, as we strive to elevate and strengthen the teaching profession, as we strive to help every child fulfill her true academic and social potential, nothing is more important. Thank you so much. I'd like to bring Genevieve up, and we look forward to great conversations with teachers who've been participating in this. Thank you for having me.
How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you, Arne, and good morning, everyone. My name is Genevieve DeBose, and I am a proud National Board Certified teacher. Whoop, whoop. That's right. I am also a very proud 7th grade English language arts teacher at Bronx Studio School for Writers and Artists in New York City. Yep. Right here. Oh, yeah. You're right here. Thank you. I put you in the front row. So it is incredibly amazing to be here 1 year later. I was sitting in the same auditorium a year ago at the very, very back when Arne and Ron were on stage and when they announced Teach to Lead. And I distinctly remember Arne saying, "Hold me accountable." Hold me accountable 1 year later at the Teaching and Learning 2015 conference to see what we've done. And I'm really excited to be here today to moderate a panel with the secretary and 3 amazing teachers who have been very active in Teach to Lead over the course of the last year. So I am excited to introduce and welcome these 3 amazing teacher leaders, and we're going to have a dialogue about the work that they've done over the last year and about teacher leadership in general. So please help me welcome our first teacher, who is Jennifer Aponte. So Jennifer, come on up. Let's give a round of applause. She's coming from Massachusetts. She is a pre-K sheltered English instruction teacher, and she's also a Teach Plus Policy Fellow. She attended the Boston Teach to Lead Summit, so thank you, Jennifer. The second teacher leader I'd love you to help me welcome is Leslie Hagelgans. She is an 8th grade English language arts teacher from Michigan. She's also a Viva Teacher Ambassador, and she attended the Kentucky Teach to Lead Summit and then also hosted a leadership lab at her middle school, Marshall Middle School. So thank you, Leslie. And last but not least, please help me welcome Christopher Todd. He is a teacher leader in residence at the Connecticut Department of Education. He is also a high school government teacher at Windsor High School. And he attended the Kentucky Teach to Lead Summit and also hosted a leadership lab. So we are really excited to jump into this panel, and since we're all here, we're going to get started. Is my mic on? Yes, okay, wonderful. So like I said, we are here to have a dialogue, and this really is a conversation between 3 teacher leaders and, 4 of us, 4 teacher leaders and Arne. And I just wanted to start by giving us each a chance to share a little bit about our Teach to Lead ideas and how it's been. So Jennifer, if we can kick off with you.
So I work in Boston, and my plan has to do with equity. Each state is creating an equity plan to really analyze and address the inequitable distribution of high-quality teachers to low-income students and students of color. So I'm working with my group through Teach Plus. We're current teachers all working in different schools and even different districts in Massachusetts. And what most importantly brings us together is our passion around equity. And we want to inform this equity plan and really bring it from paper to implementation and really make some serious change for the kids who need it the most. So taking that idea, I took that idea to the summit in Boston. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know what to expect. I was encouraged to apply to the summit through Teach Plus, and we arrived with a really rough policy brief that outlined our recommendations, and what we got from the summit, what we received was amazing. 3 key factors in what the summit offered us. The first being skill development. We're teachers, we have stories, we're the experts in what we do. Did I necessarily know how to push teacher leadership? Do I have the skills dedicated and around teacher leadership? I'm working on that, and I was able to work on that at the summit. Particularly, what really stood with me on what I remember from the summit was learning how to pitch your idea to different audiences and with different time frames or in different time frames. What we also got from the summit was support and the opportunity to network. It's really around who can help you get this work done, and we received feedback from critical friends and other attendees and teacher leaders, which was hugely important to the work we were doing. And lastly, we had work time to sit with my group and really process what we had been learning and the feedback we had gotten. So we left the summit really excited to move our work forward with a plan and things to do. And now that really rough draft of a policy brief is a policy paper that is soon to be released, and the Massachusetts Department of Ed is really excited to read it and get us involved in our equity plan.
Awesome, thank you. So Leslie, your idea was actually chosen you hosted one of the first leadership labs, and can you talk a little bit about your idea and how being involved with Teach to Lead helped you advance your work?
Sure. So our project is called the IF Project. The IF in the IF Project stands for Intervention Focus, and it was driven by this philosophical question: what if every child succeeded? You know, students in schools are always being labeled as failures. Why don't we flip that around and actually look at how they can succeed? I realized data had kind of become a 4-letter dirty word in education, and so we wanted to turn that around and make it more positive and more proactive. Ron Thorpe mentioned in the opening about learning from the medical field, And that was the similar inspiration I had. We have all this data, we have all these test scores, so why don't we do what doctors do? Look at the data to diagnose how our kids are performing in reading and math, as well as their attitudes towards school policies and procedures. Then we can prescribe what every child needs to help them grow to be successful in their own way, which is that philosophical statement, what if every child succeeds? Over the last summer, my team, who is awesome, and they're sitting over here in the front row, they gave up over 200 hours unpaid with no professional development time to make this happen. They pulled together 3 years of data on over 500 students. We had that available to all teachers before school started. The data included grades, behavior, as well as standardized test scores, plus survey questions the students had completed. And so all of our teachers knew a week before school started where their kids stood with their reading ability, their math ability, and their general attitude about things like school policies. One of the things we learned is 37% of kids didn't do their homework because they simply forgot to take it home at the end of the day. So as teachers, let's figure out a way to target that. It led to more data-driven professional development throughout the school year, driven by the team of teachers over there. We have 15 intervention classes, and after just 3 months of school, 75% of those kids were either maintaining or doing better, which means we felt we'd been successful because we stopped the decline. They weren't going backwards anymore. Then I got an invitation from the Viva Network to apply for the Louisville Summit, and we were selected. And at the Louisville Summit, Emily Davis challenged us. She said, how can you make this an action plan for long-term systemic change? And we told her we needed resources and we needed time. We needed research to better support students, parents, and most importantly, teachers. And later we were selected to be the first ever leadership lab. And thanks to the Teach to Lead with the Department of Education behind it and the National Board, it gave our project the necessary credibility and validation so that education community members who work outside of our classrooms, as well as other supporting organizations, would get involved. Kind of like, oh, now it's important. And personally, what I've really enjoyed from the Louisville Summit, the Teach to Lead initiative, the Leadership Lab, has been watching my team develop in their leadership skills and step up and just become awesome.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. So Chris, your project deals with building teacher leadership across the state of Connecticut. Can you talk a little bit about that and why you think that those structures are valuable and important?
So this fall, I began my first year as a teacher leader in residence at the State Department of Education, which I walked into not really understanding what that even meant. So my colleague, Chris Poulos, and myself really looked at what is something, what's an action plan, what's something we can look at. And the Connecticut State Department has a great history of reaching out and engaging educators, but what we realized was there was no mechanism in place to really make that happen. And so we began this idea on the belief that every teacher has the potential to be a teacher leader, and that the expertise from field practitioners makes for better policy implementation. And those were kind of our underlying beliefs. And so we had the support of our current interim commissioner, Dr. Wenzel, and the chief talent officer, Dr. Barzi. And so we worked on this idea of an educator network. So how do we kind of reach out and create a system that allows more teachers to get their voice and to get their input at the state level? We went to the Kentucky Summit with what we thought was this awesome 8-page white paper that we had put all this research and heart and energy into, and at Kentucky we just blew it up. And thanks to the help of Catherine Bassett from NSTOY, and we had a fantastic team of building administrators, teachers, and education consultants. We really looked at the network as an idea is good, but how can we broaden this? How can we expand it even more? And so what we came home with was really an idea of a 3-tiered mechanism for teacher involvement, where tier 1 is an educator network that you have 2 pathways into. So you can either be nominated by a building administrator, so we see it as a retention mechanism. So how do you recognize all the great things teachers do on a regular basis? Or you can self-nominate. Maybe you're that 1st or 2nd year teacher in a huge district that has a passion for something. So what's the pathway for you kind of into this network? And then we built that out. So what does that mean to be in a network? Well, we realized we need to provide some type of professional learning regarding what does it mean to be a teacher leader. So we envision having a 1 to 2 day professional development where these individuals that have joined the network come in and they get kind of a general idea of what is it like to engage with policymakers, what could potentially be my role helping the State Department or working with the State Department, but more importantly, how can I bring teacher leadership back to my district and to my building? And so that idea of just the network was the level 1. The level 2 is what we envision as a field advisor. So if we have a consultant at the State Department that has a project, instead of it being the who do you know tagline, which I know happens in every single state that we know of, now the consultant can truly go into a network and they can pull out teachers that better represent our profession as a whole, geographically for the state of Connecticut, socioeconomically, urban, rural, suburban districts, and just kind of broaden that scope of educator voice and input at the state level. And then the third level is kind of where we are with this idea of a teacher in residence position. But the idea that you would have some type of systemic kind of professional growth and teacher development so that by the time you get to that teacher in residence, you actually know what you're doing when you kind of walk in the door and can make the most of it. So the summit was unbelievable, and then the leadership lab we just hosted last Friday, so as you can imagine, it's been kind of a whirlwind, was fantastic. We got stakeholders at the table that we struggled to get to the table, and the power of getting an invitation from the U.S. Department of Ed, the National Board, and Teach to Lead helped us really bring a lot of key stakeholders to at least engage in a discussion with our project.
Excellent. Thank
Thanks.
you. So we don't have a lot of time up here, but we want to make sure that we have some time for dialogue. And Arne, I know you may have some questions for these guys, and we have questions for you as well. I don't know if you want to kick it off, but Jen, I know, also has a question for you. Yeah?
With Teach to Lead and this general shift to uplift teacher voices, what concerns are you surprised to hear from teachers, and what ideas are you excited to hear from teachers?
First of all, I think this has been just such a positive thing, and we're still in our infancy. We're still learning how to crawl. We're not even walking yet. But what I felt historically was tremendous, frankly, frustration from teachers who didn't feel listened to, who didn't feel they had a voice, who had great ideas and no means to move those ideas from their head or from a shelf or a piece of paper to reality. And what you're starting to see now with teachers supporting each other and coming together is things starting to move from their heads or from the shelf to classrooms and to schools. What's fascinating to me in this age of technology, how much we still need human contact. And you guys all talked about how the feedback was amazing. That's why we do convenings like this. That's why we do the summits. What technology can do over time is, as these ideas start to prove themselves out, is we can scale much more rapidly than ever before. And what folks are doing in their own communities, I think, have national implications. And so let's come together, let's help, let's tighten the plans. But when things are really moving, we can scale in a very different way. So the question for me over time is, again, can we move from these pockets of excellence, these islands of excellence, which are good but aren't enough, to systems? Not going too long, I love Connecticut because I've talked to Chris in the past where they were trying to get to a better place as a state, but the systems weren't quite in place. It sounds like you guys have made real progress there. And if these ideas and practices can be sustained way beyond any one of our individual initiatives and efforts, then you start to have real lasting change. So long way to go, but just extraordinarily encouraging where things are going.
Yeah. So I know for all of us, we've found the work with Teach to Lead, just like you said, incredibly important, and that need to come together, sit at a table, plan. So one thing that we're all wondering from you, Arne, and from the folks at Ed is just what does the future hold for Teach to Lead? Will there be more summits? What are the next steps that you all are envisioning? Because we know that this work is powerful, and we want to continue it.
I'll keep putting it back on all of you. It's what you guys want to do. So what I believe, again, we need to do a lot more of this. What I said earlier, there just is a tremendous appetite, there's a tremendous desire, there's tremendous, frankly, untapped leadership potential. And so we want to continue to convene, we want to continue to do summits. We're going, like I said earlier, with a set of folks to Canada to meet with teams from 15 other countries, and we're not unique in our communities or in our nation trying to struggle on these issues. And if these things can start to be the norm, and so what does the end goal look like? Can we bridge policy and practice? And no one is better to do that than teachers. And then can we scale teacher leadership so that teachers stay in the profession longer, feel more rewarded, feel more supported, and ultimately the dividends in terms of student achievement, I think will be extraordinary. So we want to do more, we want to do better, we want to grow this, but we constantly need real-time feedback, and if it's helpful, fantastic. If it's not helpful, we need to change course. But I was hopeful last year. I'm convinced we're onto something really, really important and special.
So how does that change?
How is that change in defining this role of a teacher leader possible without a legislative mandate or a federal mandate or some kind of legal action?
Thought a lot about this. I'm not sure if federal mandates or legislative mandates would actually help this. It could actually break this movement. And the fact that it is more organic, the fact that we are evolving and learning, this is going to take very different shapes in very different places, I actually see that much more as a strength than as a weakness. And the day we try and mandate this in Washington, I think it probably falls apart. So rather than mandates, what we have to do is we have to think very differently. Like, we know we underinvest in professional development in terms of money and time. We also know that the money we do spend is largely poorly spent. And we don't have a ton of new money coming. Frankly, we have a very difficult Congress, so I'd be lying if I said we had a huge new pot of money behind us. But can we use existing money very differently? And whether it's Title I money or Title II money, where we put out billions of dollars each year, is that really making a difference in your lives? Is it really transforming students' lives? And so top-down mandates, legislation, I don't think that's the answer. I think us thinking about how to be much more flexible and creative and entrepreneurial, and where we're seeing real excellence, finding resources, existing resources to bring behind this. The final thing I'll say is there's huge interest on the philanthropic community, the private sector, so this doesn't have to just be public dollars, these public-private partnerships I think can help to really drive this.
And that's where the leadership labs were so key, because it brought those organizations in who want to help but didn't know how to help.
Thank you.
Secretary Duncan, with the idea of shifting funding, has there been discussion of individual teachers or small cohorts of teachers? I mean, we've seen there's thousands of great teacher leader ideas. Has there been any thought of an individual or small group of teachers actually being able to apply for grants and instead of going through a district or state kind of initiative?
There's been a lot of thought about that. And we haven't solved it, so we need to keep talking. But just the big picture, Title II money, which is professional development money, again, not enough. But our budget each year, we put out $2.5 billion to states and districts. And when I say that to a room full of teachers, they usually laugh or cry because they're not feeling it. So the question is, I don't want to say the word bypass, but how with states and districts can you make sure existing resources are getting to teachers that are really doing things in a very different way? And it's got to be, frankly, a lot less professional development in rooms like this and a lot more job embedded with you guys helping each other. And how we challenge folks to use those resources, and again, the dollars aren't the answer, but the dollars buy the time. They buy the collaboration. They buy some folks to come in and help. And so we need to do a better job of figuring out how we get resources directly to teachers who are leading this. We haven't perfectly figured it out, but we're still struggling with it.
Thank you.
Excellent. So thank you. I know that this is a very short conversation and hopefully the beginning of future conversations, but I wanted to just end by encouraging all of us in the room and literally getting a one-sentence soundbite, because Ron is coming up to the stage right now, from each of our teacher leaders. What advice do you have for folks in the room who want to get involved with Teach to Lead? Like one sentence or less.
The power of working collaboratively with stakeholders is unbelievable. So if you get a chance, get them in.
Be creative with using your resources. Don't just sit around the lunchroom complaining about how you're going to handle stuff. Start looking for some creative solutions with what you've got.
Seek opportunity, and obviously if you're here, you do seek opportunities, so going back to your other teachers and getting more buy-in from those that you work with and those in your district and your state.
Awesome.
And just quickly, I always say, if there's a seat at the table, grab it. If there's not a seat at the table, make your own table. And we need you guys to step up.
Thank you so much.
So this work continues, and I think we can take the secretary on his word that he'll be back again next year to report on this. We have.
Can I stop you one second?
Yeah, sure. You're the secretary.
I'm gonna wing this for 1 second, and don't throw tomatoes at me. But we'll spend a little bit of time here talking about the leadership of all of you. And before I get out of here, I just want to take 1 minute and talk about this man's leadership. For decades, thousands and thousands of people in this country have benefited from and relied upon Ron Thorpe's wisdom, his ideas, and his commitment. And I just thought it was appropriate for us to take a minute now and say thanks. Visionary is a word that's sometimes overused, but in Ron's case, I think is exactly the right one. He's deepened the understanding of this field, not just for our nation, but across the globe. And he's helped us understand why med schools and ed schools have to have more in common. One profession works to save lives, the other to transform them. And the training for all of this critical work should be equally rigorous. Over the past 9 years, America's teachers and the broader education community have come together to celebrate and strengthen the teaching profession. And over this time, nearly 50,000 educators have had the opportunity to share ideas and debate important topics and learn from one another. As a result of teaching and learning, the International Summit on the Teaching Profession developed a couple years ago. We had our first session in New York. We're now traveling across the globe, which I had the pleasure to participate in, and we've been working with our peers from dozens of countries around the world. This has continued with summits in other capitals. We'll be going to Canada, as I said earlier, in just a couple of weeks. And for Ron, it's been a labor of love celebrating the great, great work of America's teachers. And now, as we head into the 9th year of teaching and learning, we would like to recognize Ron for his tireless commitment and leadership. To be an accomplished teacher, one has to commit to a lifetime of learning. And that's what Ron is all about. From his beginnings in the classroom to his work in philanthropy, in the media, and now here in this incredibly vibrant event. Ron knows and appreciates that teachers and educators deserve conferences like this, filled with chances to learn from one another. Ron's been the genius behind bringing the World's Fair, the Davos of education, to tens of thousands of educators. And perhaps most fundamentally, Ron knows that it's not enough to believe in the potential of great teaching, that it takes tireless and committed effort to realize that hugely important potential. And I'm so grateful to call Ron a friend, a partner, and his integrity and his courage inspire me every single day. It's because of his bold vision that I think we all should honor Dr. Ronald Thorpe with the National Board's first ever Award for Distinguished Service in Teaching and Learning. Please give Ron another huge round of applause.
Wow. Now I'm really glad my dad is here. My brother. Thank you so much. Thank you to the panel and Genevieve. You've always done a great job. We will be back with more teacher leadership work next year. We now go off to some concurrent sessions, and we look forward to seeing you back here at the Carnegie Center at 1 o'clock for the Digital Learning Day Town Hall meeting with Rahima Ellis. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, our presentation will begin momentarily. At this point, please check to make sure all mobile phones are silenced. Thank you. The meeting will begin momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation will begin in just 3 minutes, just 3 more minutes. One more reminder, if you do have a mobile phone with you, please check to make sure it's on silent. Thank you. You go. Ladies and gentlemen, time now for our presentation.
Good morning. I am Becky Pringle. I am the Vice President of the largest labor union in this country, the National Education Association. As most of you know in this audience, we represent 3 million teachers and support professionals all over this country and around the world. And that might sound like a big deal, but the biggest deal about me is that I am an 8th grade science teacher. Like so many of you, I know, as you looked through your program booklets and saw that we were going to have this incredible speaker here today, you couldn't stop smiling. I know I couldn't. Never be limited by other people's limited imaginations. If you adopt their attitudes, then your possibilities won't exist. You can hear other people's wisdom, but you've got to evaluate the world for yourself. Dr. Jemison, I don't know if you remember when you first said those words, but it is the quote that I had below the picture on the front bulletin board of my 8th grade physics and chemistry classroom. I used to challenge my babies with attitude, as you challenged us all to dream more, to learn more, to become more, to do more. So, Dr. Jemison, full transparency, I'm a bit awestruck. She's hiding behind the curtains. I'm just looking at her. Just a little bit awestruck. And to my fellow teachers who have joined us here this morning, I am in love with this woman. Now, I need to just let you know that. So when we get to the Q&A, I'm not promising anything. I may let you in on my conversation with my new BFF. We'll see. Every once in a while, someone comes along like Dr. Mae Jemison, who captivates the imagination. They lift us out of our seats. They inspire our hearts. They move us to action and challenge us to always reach for higher ground and toward a greater purpose. They have an incredible story that not only beats the odds, but breaks through the chains of possibility. They teach us about faith and character and hard work, freedom. They teach us about the power of dreaming and the resiliency of the human spirit. We are so very fortunate to have someone with us this morning who is that teacher. Let me tell you a little bit about her journey. Born the youngest of 3, Dr. Jemison was raised by her mother, a teacher, and her father, a construction worker who, like my dad, moonlighted as a cab driver. This extraordinary woman graduated from high school at the tender age of 16 and attended Stanford University, majoring in chemical engineering and African American studies. Clearly, she had way too much time on her hands, because not only did she learn how to speak Russian and Swahili, but she continued pursuing one of her first loves, dance, as well as participating in her school's theater productions. Learning at an early age her responsibility to be a social justice patriot, she actually went on to chair her Black Student Union. After being trained as a biomedical engineer and medical doctor at Cornell University Medical College, Dr. Jemison practiced medicine in Los Angeles and then became the Peace Corps' medical officer for Sierra Leone and Liberia. Though she's done extensive research in nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy and reproductive biology, it was her 1992 flight on the Space Shuttle Endeavour that propelled her to fame as the first African-American woman astronaut to orbit the Earth. As you can only imagine, Dr. Jemison has received countless awards and recognitions, but how cool is it to have a school named after you? I know. she would probably tell you that equally important to her accomplishments, if not more so, is her passion about the future and the role of girls and boys, most especially in science, technology, engineering, and math. Her mantra for students is that we can't all be number one, but we can all be excellent. If gazing at the stars was not enough, she's now looking at the stars beyond the stars that we see. In 2012, Dr. Jemison launched 100-Year Starship. Her latest adventure is leading this initiative to make interstellar space travel a reality in the next 100 years. She continues to push the boundaries beyond what we think is possible. Her one moment in space has created a movement here on Earth that has inspired children all over the world to never be limited by other people's imaginations, to evaluate the world for themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and great privilege to present to you Dr. Mae Jemison.
Thank you very much. My goodness, it's kind of hard to come out here after that introduction because I'm looking around to find this person she was talking about. But let me start off with just telling you that I really am excited to be here with you today. I really am, because what you do is to make the future happen. That's what the work is that you do. And in full disclosure, as you said before, I want to tell you a little bit about my pedigree in education. So my pedigree in education goes back to when I was a little girl, right? I grew up on the south side of Chicago, and just like every child, I had lots of things I loved to do. It included things from, playing with Barbie dolls and chemistry sets. I was an original series Star Trek fan. I pondered the concepts of infinity and the Big Bang. Going on with my pedigree, though, I should also tell you something else. I went to what has been classified at one time or another some of the best and the worst schools in the country and in the world. So I went to Chicago public schools in the 1960s. I went to Stanford University as for college. I taught environmental studies at Dartmouth. I taught asthma in refugee camps, in Cambodian refugee camps in Thailand. And all along the way, you get exposed to people and what they do. And you know very much that what you expose people to is what they understand and what they see. And so what I want to do today is to expose you to some of the things that I've been involved with and I look forward to. Continuing on, Barbie dolls and stuff, I grew up on the south side of Chicago. I remember the riots in 1968 following Martin Luther King's assassination and the Democratic National Convention, which was being held in Chicago. I remember the National Guard marching behind a vacant lot near my home. I remember being afraid for my father who had gone to work that day. That's what you see, what you're exposed to. Those are the things that influence you. I remember the moon landing, right? And how excited I was, and I followed the Apollo programs and the Mercury. Well, I was not quite old enough to get the Mercury, but the Gemini and all of those things. I was very excited about all of this. And I also danced. I loved Judith Jamison and Alvin Ailey, Lola Falana, right? Jerome Robbins. I absolutely love them. And again, there was always space in science. That was part of who I was. And so when I was in college, while I was doing all these things in the engineering and in African and African American studies, I also danced. And I remember the dilemma that I had before I went to medical school. I sort of told you the end before. The dilemma I had was whether to go to New York City to try to become a professional dancer or to go to medical school. My mother helped me solve that. She said, you can always... No, she did it in a nice way. She said, you can always dance if you're a doctor, but you can't necessarily doctor if you're a dancer. So I want to put this all in context, but those are all the pieces that make a difference. Those are the things that influence our world and our lives, what we see, what we experience. And so I want to tell you a little bit of something. This is what this was, that love for space, because An African proverb says, no one shows a child the sky. Right? No one shows a child the sky. It's something that's been a part of us. Every civilization, people have looked up at the sky and wondered what the stars are. And I can tell you that when I got here, that, you know, just growing up, I was a bright girl. I was pretty spiffy. I was pretty smart, right? But it didn't matter how smart I was unless I had some help. A Yoruba proverb says, even the sharpest blade can't cut its own handle. And so that's both what we do as educators, but that's also something that society has a responsibility for. You know, you can't just say, oh, if they're smart enough, if they work hard enough and all of those kinds of things, even the sharpest blade can't cut its own handle. And I want to just tell you really quickly a story about how this sort of governmental piece comes in together, the impact of Title IX. I'm going to do this real fast. There is a group of women called the Mercury 13. Back in 1961, in 1957, when they were first starting to look at selecting people to be in the astronaut program, there are a lot of researchers who actually thought women would make better astronauts, right? They thought they would make better astronauts because they were smaller, so you have less payload to orbit, right? They also knew that their cardiovascular systems were stronger, so they thought you wouldn't have to worry about the cardiovascular systems, heart attacks, and things like that. And they also thought that women psychologically would be better suited for the isolation and the stress. But, of course, they decided to choose men the first time. But then some of these researchers decided, well, let's test women. So they tested women pilots who, by the way, had thousands of hours of flight time in aircraft. Because remember, in the 1940s during World War II, particularly women were the ones who were doing a lot of the test pilot work and the delivery work and things like that because of the war going on. So they tested these women. The women did as well or better than their male counterparts on all the tests. And the isolation and that emotional test, they blew the guys out of the water. In fact, there was one woman who went so long, like 17 hours in the isolation chamber. They said, you know what, we just going to end this one now because of the effort that was going on. So I bring that up because 1963, 64, you didn't see any American women astronauts, right? You know why? Because Lyndon Johnson, who had actually signed the Civil Rights Bill into being, who was very much a part of that, who actually changed the South with putting a lot of NASA centers in the South and requiring that they do equal opportunity training, he signed a memo that said, stop this now. Just stop it. So these ideas of choices and what we look to, but Title IX came along, and all of a sudden you had this idea where you had to make same kinds of facilities available for women. And in 1978, here's how we're going to get to another place. These are the first women who were admitted into the U.S. astronaut program. There's a picture missing here because I wanted to go really fast, but I should tell you about it. You know that the first woman to go up into space was a Russian woman, right, in 1963, Valentina Tereshkova. So that's what I grew up remembering. So I always knew this was baloney, that they couldn't have women going up. The first women were selected in 1978. But you know who was really important in their selection? This, again, is where exposure, experience, and how do you use your position comes into place. These 6 women, Ray Seddon, Kathy Sullivan, Judy Resnick, Anna Fisher, Sally Ride, Shannon Lucid, they actually, some of them didn't believe that they could be, that NASA was serious, because after all, NASA had said no. Nichelle Nichols, who had been Lieutenant Uhura on Star Trek, right, had told NASA, she used her celebrity, she said, I will go out and recruit over 100 qualified applicants, both female and underrepresented minorities. I will use my celebrity. You don't have to pay me to do that. She will use her celebrity because people would come to see her, they would listen to the story. She also said, if you can't figure out how to choose some of them, then I will use my celebrity to let the world know that you couldn't figure out how to choose them. So this is this whole thing about exposure and stuff. And I want to just bring this into you because even the sharpest blade can't cut its own handle. These are the things that we do. The reason I'm there is because of so many other people. Even though, again, I thought I was pretty spiffy. But the reason I'm there is because of so many other people, and very much so my teachers and the people who put their time and energy into me being there. I'm showing you this picture because this woman is my suit tech. When we think about space exploration, so many times we think of space exploration as something that's involving four-year degree people, right? Our graduate people. This is Sharon McDougall. She was the first person in her family to graduate from high school. You know that orange flight suit picture that you'll never see in my presentations? You know, it's like that one? That's called the launch and entry suit. My life depends upon that suit working correctly. She was responsible for my suit, right? So she also dressed SR-71 pilots. She's a high school degree, other training behind it, but STEM excellence allowed her to do it, right? So sometimes when we think about this and we think about high-tech jobs, what does science do? Remember that it's not just about those people who have four-year degrees, right? It's really fundamentally different. In fact, the vast majority of jobs in high-tech fields actually require four-year degrees or less, most of them less, right? But you do need to be STEM literate. You do need to be trained in it. I'm just showing the other pictures. The reason why I'm showing this is because you probably will never see this picture. I know you won't because I'm maybe one of the only people who has it. But it's the four African-American women astronauts in 2006. I was no longer there, but you see Stephanie Wilson, Joan Higginbotham, and Lieutenant Colonel Yvonne Cagle, who is a flight surgeon. She's one of the most brilliant people that I've ever met in my life. And I'm just bragging, okay. So, other women in space exploration, just want to show you because this is really important. Sometimes we think of it's like Sally Ride, maybe me, and Eileen Collins. We just about done it, right? I've exhausted your list. But you can see Eileen Collins is up there over in the upper right-hand corner. You can see her. Jan Davis was on my flight. But Carolyn Huntoon is the woman in the suit. She is actually one of the first life scientists that worked really hard with NASA at Johnson Space Center. And Ellen Ochoa that you see up in the top there between Carolyn and Eileen Collins is the first Hispanic American astronaut. And she is now the first woman director of a space flight center, Johnson Space Flight Center. Pat Cowens was a researcher. There are lots of different people. I just wanted to get you established. So I wanted us to get a place and time and know where we're going. But why space exploration? Why am I making this big deal about space exploration? Because so many people think of space exploration as having only one point of view. So Julius Nyerere, who was the first president of Tanzania, said in the 1960s, while they were trying to reach the moon, we were trying to reach the village. So very often people think of it as this dichotomy. You can do one or the other, that one of them is just sort of for a certain group of people, and that really doesn't impact our lives. But I would argue that we're able to reach the village now because of space exploration. So much of what we do happens that way. And then if you look at issues of human progress, they very much have a parcel of being with space exploration. Very much a part of it. If you think about it, space exploration didn't start in 1957 with Sputnik, right? Space exploration didn't even start in the 1900s when we first started thinking about rockets. Space exploration started thousands of generations before me when somebody figured out, all around the world, they had people who said, that star right there was right there 10 years ago, remember? It was there. Imagine the observational skills that were required to note that these things were moving around each other. I can let you all know, without a doubt, if it had been up to me, you all would not have planted a thing based on the seasons if I had to figure out that those little dots of light were moving, right? Relative to one another. But that's what we're based on. We base planning cycles. People noted when the moon came, the different phases of it, tides, all of those things were part of our technologies. So don't think of it as something that's odd, that's not part of human history. It very much is. It's very much a part of us. It helps with mathematics and all kinds of things when you think about it. So issues of human progress can be involved with space exploration. I went a little bit too soon, but if you think about just the location of being there, remote sensing, right? Remote sensing. We can map the Earth much better than we can map it if you go down and do a ground survey. You get a revisit time so frequently with satellites, so you can map the Earth. From remote sensing, you reach in your pocket. Anybody have one of these in their pocket? You have a space receiver in your pocket? right? The GPS, global positioning satellites, whichever form it is. I'm not, pushing one form over the other. But that's the reason space exploration is so important. That's the reason why the work that I do now, which is called 100-Year Starship, is really important. That's what I do, is really to push things further. 100-Year Starship, what is it about? It's about making sure that we have the capabilities of sending humans to another star system in the next 100 years. Now, this isn't exactly like what we think about it. So here's a shuttle. It's basically, we're not flying the shuttle anymore, but it's basically the same whether you go up in a Soyuz, if you go in a Chinese rocket, it's basically the same thing. There's a big explosion of chemicals out the back that pushes you up. But that won't work if you try to go to another star system, because there is not enough chemical propellant in this solar system. Right? If you were to get everything you could, all the planets and everything together to really get you to a star system in another time, it's going to have to be a completely different phenomenon. It's as different as when we go to interstellar from here, right? That's where we think of. This is a shuttle, but it looks just like the space station. You've seen pictures of the space station inside. Pretty much, if you didn't know it was a shuttle, you know it was me, and you didn't see the little hatch, it could look like the space station. But it is as different, this transformation of going to interstellar, as different as the shuttle is to the bridge of the Enterprise, right? And if you have a picture with Worf, you show it. But it is different, and it requires as much of a leap of the imagination as that. But it is fundamentally different. We're not going to go find Worf. We're not thinking about anything like that, but it is fundamentally different. Let me tell you another way if we think about understanding the challenges of an interstellar journey. Put 3 grains of sand inside a vast cathedral, and that cathedral is more filled with sand than space is with stars. Just want you to get a feel for it, because on Star Trek, you know, like zip, 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 and you're right there. Not quite. Let's think of it another way. And I'm doing this scale because it's always important to really know what we're talking about, what we're working with. So if you think about Los Angeles and New York City, and you think that Earth is where Los Angeles is, and Alpha Centauri is where New York City is, in relative scale, Alpha Centauri, the closest star to us, is about 4.2 light years, or 25 trillion miles away. 4.2 light years is the distance that light travels in a year. Light gets from the Earth from the sun to the Earth in about 8 minutes, just to give us some scale, right? So if you think about the probe Voyager, which just left our solar system, which I actually think is the coolest things humans have ever done, is Voyager is going outside of our solar system about a year ago. But if Voyager was actually traveling toward Alpha Centauri, it would have only gone 1 mile on this journey from New York, or from LA to New York. Only 1 mile. It's been traveling at over 35,000 miles per hour since 1977. Okay, so it's big, it's a big distance. It means that we have to do things very, very differently, right? It would take 70,000 years for Voyager to get to the closest star. And to just be quite frank, we were not even cave painting very well back then. Right? So we know that's a long period of time. So we have to go much, much faster. Those are some of the pieces. It's the extreme hurdles in the nature of interstellar that means that we have to reevaluate what we think, what we know. We have to push. That's what space does for us. Space exploration pushes us to do things that are very, very difficult, but we have to reimagine how we're doing them. We have to be open to things. So if you look at just the impact of interstellar journey to life here on Earth, because after all, that's really part of what we're doing. It's not just because I want to meet Worf, that's cool. But it's really about how this changes and impacts life on Earth. Just think about how you have to do energy differently to make those 70,000 years into something more like 50 years that we can handle. So if we could just go 1/10 of light speed, maybe we could do that in 50 years, but 1/10 of light speed means that we're going to have a completely different energy solution. We're going to have to do fission, splitting the atom, fusion, pushing together like in the sun, or antimatter. We're going to be able to have to control, store, and utilize that energy and control it. But if we just went a small way to doing that, imagine how that would change life here on Earth. We wouldn't even have to accomplish all of that, but imagine how, if we were to be able to change this, it would make a difference to life here on Earth. My favorite ones is clothing. Y'all know you ain't gonna come in here and hear me talking about clothing, right? But just imagine right now when we go into space, people carry all their clothing up with them. There was a professor named Carl Aspelon who was at the University of Rhode Island who said, had never been involved with space exploration. He heard me talking about 100-Year Starship on NPR. By the way, we've only been around for 3 years on NPR, and he said he wanted to be a part of it. So on our very first public symposium where everybody can come, but we're hanging out with a bunch of astrophysicists, I try to get everybody together. Carl Aspelon, design and textile professor, has a center stage in the plenary session. The astrophysicists say, have I lost my mind, right? So Carl does a simple thing. He asks everyone who's to answer a question. Raise your hand if you've ever made a garment from scratch. Let's do this in the audience. Everybody who's ever made a garment from scratch, not hemming it, not putting on the buttons. I want you to get the material, get the pattern, sew it all the way up. From scratch. Okay, so we have many more people raising their hands here than at the symposium. But here's what he said. He said, all of you all who did not raise your hands, you can't go. Because you have to be able to do something useful, because people are going to have to be able to make clothing, because you can't carry it all up. Imagine carrying up enough clothing for 5,000 people for 50 years. And you're going to have to think about clothing differently, because cotton, even though we all love cotton, it's one of the most resource-intense things to grow. It generates lots of toxins to maintain, to manufacture, and it's not recyclable. So you're going to have to go to polyester, which is recyclable. So are we pulling back the polyester suits, or do we want to figure out some other way to do this? All of a sudden, you're looking at doing more robust materials. You're looking at doing things very, very differently, right? But that's in other things. Imagine if we started to having those kinds of sustainable materials here, and we started to think about it. How does that change our world? And unless we think that clothing isn't important in space, it's our identity. It protects us from the environment. There are lots of things that go on. So, let me just do one, like governments and human behavior. I believe the long pole in the tent for going to another star is not any of the technology. I believe it's human behavior and human systems. So even if we figured out how to get the finance and all that kind of stuff, you can just imagine, put yourself in the place. We got a ship built, 5,000 people, it's all sustainable, all of that kind of stuff. We're sitting in the ship. We're about 10 years out. And somebody said, I'm not doing that. Well, you were in charge when we left Earth, but I'm just not doing it. I don't feel like it right now. And if you keep messing with me, I'll blow the whole ship up. Unless we understand human behavior and psychology, and we learn how to work together with one another, some of these things will not go further. But again, this is how we apply it here down on Earth, right? Because if I told you that we were thinking about world peace, you all would just laugh, right? But we can think about how can we get 5,000 people to work together. We can think about that, which gives us a start for thinking about human behavior. So I just wanted to bring that up and tell you what we're looking at. You know, when people think of space, they always think of it as blue sky, right? Anything new, space is blue. They have those pretty blue colors, but interstellar is black. The further you go away from Earth, the darker it gets. It becomes black. It's completely uncharted. We don't know what's there. And to make things really interesting, there's all this stuff about rogue planets, orphan planets, right, who are just hanging out there in between the stars, right? Over 90% of what's in the universe, we don't know what it is. We call it dark matter, dark energy, but we don't know where it is. We don't know where it looks like. It's completely uncharted. So the challenge and the opportunity comes from addressing the unknown. The requirements for going into the black, they look like things like flexibility, openness, use of existing knowledge and different capabilities in different ways, systems designs based on radically unexpected partnerships, recognizing environments and bring unique solutions, building a set of strong basic skills and capabilities, right? Those are the kinds of things you need to do to go into this unknown, uncharted environment, right? And to be able to successfully do it. To prepare for going into the black, we need to prepare travelers to successfully address the unknown. Isn't that our job with education? Right? How far can we actually go into the future? Could 20 years ago, could we have predicted that these things that we carry around in our pockets, that we would have any of the issues, whether they're technological or whether they're sociocultural, could we have predicted them? Why am I still able to function right now in this world? Is because of that strong set of underlying skills, being trained in the flexibility, being able to do problem solving and solutions. Those are the things that allow us to move forward. That's our job as educators. And so what I want to suggest is that for us, for 100-year Starship, education is actually one of our main concerns. It's the biggest issue because it's probably not going to be you go and you come back. Probably not. Probably you're going to have to learn more things on the way. You're probably going to have children born or grown or whatever however they come about. You're going to have to educate them. You're going to have to get them socialized into other things. It's what we have to do. It's what we need to think about. By the way, we have a special interest group around education. Go to 100yss.org if you want to be involved. But I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what we do. There some major inescapable factors in education? And I'm just going to go through these really quickly. I have these pretty slides, and I'm going to run through them real fast, mainly because I just look pretty. I like blue. You know, the issue of human development, this is one of the things that very frequently people forget. We want to act like kids can be on a Model Ford assembly line. Human development is an inescapable fact. We learn in certain ways. There's certain ages where we have capacity that we need to understand and recognize. So we're developing curriculums, those kind of things, that human development and those capabilities make a difference. How we learn. Some of us learn better visually. Some of us learn better listening to things. All of us learn better by being hands-on, by experience. All of us learn better that way. So those are pieces we have to come into play. These are inescapable factors of education. I don't care what you want them to be. These happen. The purpose, why are you educating people? That makes a difference. So when we start talking about curriculum and we say we're going to teach people how to use this one piece of software, is that really going to make the difference? Because how long is that software going to be around? Or name something else. I don't have to pick on software. Name something else. What is our purpose in educating people? How do you get them to be good citizens? I think our purpose in educating people is to have them to be beneficial citizens to not just our nation, but to the world. Because things change, how we move around, the interactions. How many would have thought that 20 years ago or 30 years ago we would have been talking about globalization, that companies would not have allegiances necessarily to a particular nation, that all of these things would be happening so rapidly? Those are things. What are the resources that we have? You know, how do we use those resources? Whether the resources are money or people, how do we use them? Our facilities? What do we do with them? Those are important parts of it. And so I was just actually going through and talking about other things that we can look at, whether we talk about human development, and again, those pieces, how we learn. I don't know how that showed up again. Again, how we learn, you know, it's age dependent. I want to stop here on age dependency. Because one of the things that I'm struck by is the whole issue of commitment that we have in our country. So we say, well, we're going to wait on something in education for 2 to 3 years from now. Kids don't get to do 8 years old over again. Whatever developmental stuff was happening at 8 years old is going to happen. You're done. We're pretty much past it. You might be able to pick up some of the stuff, but we don't get to do 8 years old again. And so if there's one thing we have to do is we have to understand that the commitment that we have to our students. And I don't know if I can flip through these fast enough. You're going to see these, so, because I want to go someplace else and I want to leave enough time for talking, because I wanted to get to how do we teach STEM. You know, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Science literacy isn't just for those of us who intend to go into it professionally as a career. It actually is an underpinning for everything. We need to read a newspaper and figure out how to vote responsibly on issues, right? We have people who decide on how much funding goes to different organizations, and we need to figure that out. These days, we're very excited about all the new things that are happening, and yet we don't fund basic science research, right? Because proof positive that everything is good is because we're coming up with all these new commercial disciplines, but they're all based on basic research that was done 30 to 40 years ago, right? That's the reason we're able to do that. The reason we're able to do nanotechnology, we're do a lot of the biomedical engineering, the way we're able to do even global positioning satellites. That work was done years ago, and it's just moving in. So teaching STEM makes a difference. One of the first things I have to say for STEM education has to be hands-on, right? Why did people in here, anybody in here like science when they were growing up? Because it was fun to do. And you know, you could read about it and everything, but for me, it was like making the mud pie, right? You're laughing at me. Mud pies, they have serious science goes into making a mud pie. Because you have to figure out the right soil, how the mixture to water and soil, the drying time, whether you put it in the sun or not, and then which plant you get to put on top of it to decorate it and stuff like that. I mean, that's really the whole idea. It was really hands-on stuff. I did science projects, all of those things. But it's the hands-on piece that engages students. And students say they like science. There have been surveys that say students like science even if they don't do well in it, but they like it not when they have to memorize a periodic table, but when they get to do the experiments. Because after all, we are physical beings. It has to be hearts-on. It's engaging, right? And sometimes you don't even know you care about something until you're tasked to do it. And you have to show your work to everyone. And all of a sudden you realize, why is this important? STEM education also has to be minds-on. So now that you've got them working with their hands and now they're engaged, then they start to critically assess stuff. That becomes a reasonable thing to do. Hands-on, hearts-on, minds-on. STEM education can't be something where we just put it in a book and we have to make it happen that way. It has to be much more tactile than that. Other kinds of actions that promote STEM education, how could we say? We could say things like exposure. Why do people want STEM achievement? Exposure. What is it? When I was growing up in Chicago, most of the kids thought an engineer was the person who drove the train on the L tracks, right? One of the things we know is that people don't know what engineers do, right, if you talk about it. So we have to expose them to what they do. And the fact that there can be more than just one group of people who do these kinds of things. There are lots of people who are involved with it. Exposure. You know, when I showed you my suit tech, Sharon McDougall, the exposure, how did she end up getting to that place where she was doing that kind of work? And you can go on and on and on, and we'll talk about some of the other things. Experience. One of the best ways to get kids to achieve in STEM, not just, you know, we talked about how do you teach it, but how do you get them to achieve and go into it is experience. So if you do something, then all of a sudden it becomes less mysterious. So you can show it to them, you can expose them to it, but if you do it, then all of a sudden it's less mysterious, right? And even if you do an experiment and it fails, you can try it again because you find out, oh, well, that's what science is about. There's not just one single right answer. So experience makes a difference. And expectation. And I think that's one of the biggest issues is expectation. What do we expect our children to achieve? So many people say, oh my God, you know, science is hard. I just saw, okay. You never see those news stories where somebody does a really brilliant job of explaining something, and then the news anchor says, oh yeah, that was science, that was kind of hard. And it's like, would you stop it? You know, children live up or down to our expectations. If we don't expect them to achieve, they're not. We also have expectations by what kinds of curriculum that we have in each school, right? That's an expectation that we show. And that's something that's really important, that expectation piece. Even the way teachers interact with students, right? You know, I don't have to tell you all this because you already know this about how people treat girls versus boys, right? So you ask the little girl a question, she gives you the right answer, and then you ask the little boy a question, he might not quite get it right, or if he gets it right, he goes on and you ask him the follow-up questions and explain to me, Timmy, how so-and-so, so-and-so. But it's not just the teachers, it's also parents and others, their expectations. One expectation I did need to put right out there. Girls can get dirty. you know, you don't have to have your hair done all the time. Because you can't do science and not get dirty. You can't go through most of life and really enjoy it without every now and then getting a little must. But we have this whole thing with girls where we don't want them to get dirty. We don't want them to get their, you know, their fingernails dirty, their clothes dirty, their hair has to be in order. I remember gym in my school. Let me see if there's anybody in here old enough to remember me or might go into some of this game. Remember they had those little blue pantaloon outfits? Or if you were good, I was a gym leader, so I had the little navy blue shorts and white t-shirt, right? Or white shirt, it was white blouse that you could wear as a gym leader. But what did they check the girls on in gym class? How clean your shoes were. I couldn't figure out gym. I was very athletic. I couldn't figure gym out. I used to get D's in gym because I couldn't figure out how to keep my shoes clean enough. Boys, they didn't have to do that. But I mean, those are just, it sounds funny. It may not be as bad now, but we still have really crazy expectations. And those expectations move forward. What do we expect? How do we expect them to achieve? So if we keep going, what is a meaningful educational experience? This is borrowed from Dr. Cheryl Moreau, who was an astronomer. She was working at NASA at the time on science education. And she said a meaningful educational experience integrates a student's intellect, emotions, and skills to reproduce a significant sense of achievement and growth, that it bolsters the student's confidence in their own ability to think, to feel, to take action, and to cope with future challenges. It promotes self-esteem. But note she says, you know, it's not just enough to say, oh, you're good. But you have to have those experiences so that you know what you do, that it's internal. You can't take that away. If you go way back into one of the other slides, going into the black, you have to have an internal compass, right? You have to have an internal compass, because if you don't have that, it's not going to work. A West African proverb says, if you wait for tomorrow, tomorrow comes. If you don't wait for tomorrow, tomorrow comes, right? That's just a reality check, right? And that's what we have to do with education. We just have to know that it's there. And the other piece of it, as Alice Walker said, is the nature of this flower to bloom. That means a flower will bloom unless we do something to keep it from blooming. We have to cut off the bloom. We have to stifle it of water, light, and air. Otherwise, it will bloom. A child is like a flower. That what we have as humans, we bloom. And by the way, adults continue to learn as well, right? And in fact, we need to do as much work with adults' expectations of being able to continue to grow. I want to just share with you the Earth We Share, which is a program that I've been putting together since, let me do this right, 1994. It's an international science camp, but I want to share with you some of the ideas, the way we do it. We work with discovery topics. It started off as a 4-week residential program with students from around the world. That would work on problems. We, for the past 4 years, have done programs in Los Angeles called To Space Race, and we have worked with middle school students. But the whole foundation of it is students working in teams, they have a single question, and then they have to present the answers to it. They have to find out the pieces. Julia Robinson Nelson, who is the executive director of the foundation, she runs the Earth We Share program. She's sitting there with the red coat on. But we talk about students solving problems like design an exercise program for high school students on Mars. So that's all they get, but we teach them how to think. So there's a whole methodology in thinking and bounding problems, because after all, that's what comes to the world. Now here's the piece that happens. Because they have to discover these solutions, then they have to present them in front of everybody. And no time do we have all the groups working on the same problem. They usually are working on different problems. And so this is where the really incredible peer pressure comes in. Because right around when you're like that preteen, teenager thing, you don't want to let your buddies down, right? So if you're going to go out there in front of God and everybody and give this presentation, then all of a sudden it becomes meaningful. And you work on it in different ways. This is the whole thing with where you are in society. Discovery topic presentations, they literally have to get up in front of everyone and talk about stuff. And you will see, what's really interesting to me about this is how they always talk about boys run the show. This is expectations. I think it has to do because they say it's Dr. J's program, and you know, little girls are kind of bossy anyway. We said band bossy. That's okay. It's all right to be bossy. just using the word as a pejorative, but little girls will actually run the show because they think it's okay to run the show. Right? And I know we have these issues around that, but they have to present in front of everyone with panels of judges, and they come up and they talk about what they're doing. And that becomes really important for them to talk about and see what they're doing. Some of these showed up twice. And we also go back and try to do things where we don't just do that one interaction 1 week. We want to come back a little bit later and say, let's do something else, so you sort of remember the experience. And that's part of what happens in life. You don't have one educational experience. You usually have to have it done multiple times, and that way it hits and sticks. But that's our program, The Earth We Share. Dr. Martin Luther King said, there's nothing in this world more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. And so I want to say that the reason why I put that up there, because we sometimes don't talk about the difficult issues. There are some conundrums, right, that we have to look at. And those conundrums include the fact whether it's talking about how we work with teachers, and this is not gratuitous. My mother was a Chicago public school teacher. She worked in the, if anybody knows Chicago public schools, she taught in Beethoven Elementary School, which is in the Robert Taylor Homes. She was a school teacher there for 25 years. She talked about the issues that were associated with a number of things. The issues that I always remember were about how children have to come prepared to school to learn. And there's only so much you can do if they don't come prepared. So this whole idea that it's all on the teacher is not right, that society has a role, that parents have a role. And so we have to support parents as well as the schools. She talks about the preparation of teachers, and I know this for a fact, that most teachers don't get science classes in college. They may take classes on teaching science, but the actual science classes they don't take. So it means that you have this tendency to want to hold on to the book with the answers, right? Life doesn't work that way. That's not how you do science. You have to learn how to be a guide. In fact, one of the most important things that we do with The Earth We Share is we train teachers. That's what I actually think of it as, a training program for teachers, because we want them to be comfortable being guides. But that means that teachers also have to be responsible for themselves and being willing to step up to, how are you certified? How do you do those kinds of things, right? To be able to have continuing education, right? It also means that, yes, people should be able to organize their own labor and and we need to take care of them. I remember growing up from a little kid where teaching was one of those professions that everyone looked up to, but we took it for granted because, most teachers were women. Right? And so women didn't have anything else to do, and as that started to change, and we find women demanding other things and wanting to go other places, then we're like, what's wrong with them? How come teachers all of a sudden wanting to be more respected? There are conundrums that we have to do, that we have to think through, right? In education, and how do we pay for it? It's one of the most important things we do. So I've gone all the way around. I'm going to end up, so we have a few answers for a little bit of questions. I talked to you about human interstellar flight. I hope I'm going to ask you to join me on this quest. But first of all, you want to ask me, does this actually make any sense? Dr. J, you said it's real far away. How does it work? In 1901, when H.G. Wells published the book, First Man in the Moon, we knew very little about rocketry. We just sort of know the moon was right there. We knew a little bit more than that. And it was less than 70 years later when we first had someone land on the moon. And yet today, we know much more. We have many more capabilities. Our technological arc is much steeper than it was back then. So yes, I think it's a possibility, but it comes along with commitment. But at least you think this whole thing in imagination is foolish. Let's just sort of look at, and go back to Star Trek. We're going to do 1966, Captain Kirk with the flip phone, right? We didn't think it would be there, yet it was there. The tablet, whether or not it was a communications, right? And the heads-up display. Just sort of thinking through those arcs, and sometimes our imagination guides us with where we go. And I want to leave you with, space is not just for rocket scientists and billionaires. I just want to show you some of the people involved, because sometimes we think of it. Two people. Lou Friedman, who is an astronomer, is a co-founder of the planetary, he's an astrophysicist rather, he's a co-founder of the Planetary Society with Carl Sagan. This is Amy Millman, who says she's not a technical person. She runs an organization called Springboard Enterprises that helps find funding and investment and training for women-led technology companies. The companies that have been with her have raised over $6 billion in the last 10 years. This is Carl Espelon, the professor of textile and design, who was not involved in space, and now he's very involved with space exploration. Jill Tarter, who is an astronomer, she is a co-founder of the SETI Institute. If you ever saw the movie Contact, the character Jodie Foster played is based on Jill Tarter. Jenny Young is from Shanghai. She runs something called the Beautiful Life Development Foundation, which is all about how do we have a more humanitarian look toward the world and life. And that's one of the ways. This is me with the artist in resident of the SETI Institute, Casey Hudson. Some of your kids may have been playing something called Mass Effect, one of the blockbuster video games. He is a developer of Mass Effect and the producer and the designer of Mass Effect. We look at how do you work in lots of different ways. Science fiction authors from LeVar Burton is back in there. You can sort of see him back there. Reading Rainbow, right, and Geordie LaForge in Star Trek. Mary Doria Russell, who wrote this incredible book called The Sparrow, which was about first contact. It has the overtones of different things. But she has her PhD in biological anthropology. Our resident sci-fi critic is Dr. Ronke Olabisi. She is a professor of biomedical engineering at Rutgers University. And Mbaneni Mfuho, who is a deputy director of Department of Science and Technology in South Africa. We have hubs. We just opened our first hub in Brussels just last week. It's called 100 YSS at EU. But Mbaneni is from South Africa, which we're working on our next hub there. He talks about the fact that South Africa is involved with space exploration. South Africa and a number of other Southern African countries are the home for something called the Square Kilometer Array, which is going to be the world's largest radio telescope. It requires incredible amounts of data. People have asked Mbaneni why South Africa would do this when South Africa has problems with poverty and things like that. He said besides the fact that now you have these incredible number of students who now want to go into electrical engineering and radio astronomy and all of these things and data management, that everybody has dreams, right? And the dreams are our faith and our hope, and people don't just dream about the basis of things. People dream very expansively, that even a person in a mud hut sleeping on a floor without a cover dreams of miraculous things, and we should not take away our dreams. So what I want to end you with is when we wrote this proposal and when we started, our guiding principle was an inclusive, audacious journey that transforms life here on Earth and beyond. That is what it's about. Why are we looking at life on Earth and beyond? And why do we talk about this? Is because all the capabilities needed for successful human travel to another star is the very same thing that we need to survive here as a species on this planet. Because by the way, most of us are not going to get off and go on the ship, right? So we need to figure this piece out. It's not a plan B. It's really about how do we figure things out, because we actually believe that there is a better future for us. What we really want to do is to inspire an inclusive collective ambition for humanity. Our whole task with this is, yes, it's a mission to achieve human interstellar flight within the next 100 years, but at its base, it's a journey designed to enhance life here on Earth. That's what we're really talking about. Eugene Cernan said, we went to explore the moon, but in fact, we discovered the Earth. And my question to you would be, what would we discover from another star? Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I think I have to stand up here.
Okay, we have Dr. Jemison for about, I'm sorry, now that I'm your BFF now, I think I can call you Dr. J, right?
Okay.
Okay then. We have about 10 minutes, so if you have a question, burning question you want to ask, we have a microphone in the center there. As you are going to the microphone, real quickly, Dr. Jemison, so you are in the company of accomplished teachers here. And since your mom was teachers, you certainly know what that means. So as this young lady forms her question, and as you give us some concluding remarks, I mean, these folks are going back to, you know, thousands of kids across this country on Monday morning. You know, what one thing could they do differently when they go back? So just kind of think about that. Please tell us your name.
My
where you're
name
from.
is Lisa Floyd Jefferson. I'm
Lisa,
from
what's your question?
the state of Ohio. I read children's literature. I was a math teacher. I do math curriculum, but I read this series called Ender's Game. I don't know if you're familiar with Ender's Game. And one of the things that it made me question about was, so at the end, throughout he
Spoiler
goes,
alert.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
No, it's not a spoiler alert. So as they travel out, they meet this guy, Mazer Rachman, that saved the earth a long time ago, and he hasn't aged. And so the thought is that as they travel far, far out in space, that they don't age. And I know that's a weird thing to be thinking about when you read the book, but I was wondering, is there some sort of slowdown? Does that make sense to you, what I'm saying?
So here's what I do. So it's really, I only saw the Ender's Game on television. I mean, on the movie thing, and it had some parts
And you know
that
the book
irritated
is
me, but-
always better.
Absolutely. But so really what you're talking about is, and I don't know the guy, whatever happens, but really probably it's relativistic physics, where within that time frame, within a frame, time may go slower the faster you go. So time is relative. So so the whole thing, if anybody saw Interstellar, right, and you sort of said, well, what's going on? There are two things that actually impact how fast time goes, that time is not fixed, both speed and velocity and also gravity. So the bizarre part, remember in Interstellar, was how come when they went down to the surface of that one planet, the guy who stayed up aged 11 years? It was because there is a difference between how fast time passes relative based on being in a stronger gravity environment. And it's Einstein's theories of relativity which are part of that. So here's the thing. Arne could have been he was in hibernation. But it was probably relativistic physics that they were using. So the thing is, I'm trying to figure out the hibernation piece so I can be around to go.
Can I get a selfie with you when we get done?
I don't do selfies. I don't like selfies. We might have time for a picture, depends. But you ever notice how selfies make you look really bizarre? And then people put that damn selfie up on and tell him, look who I had a picture with. No, you won't be doing that to me today.
Tell us your name, where you're from.
Hi, I'm Karen Cole from Washington, D.C. And I once came across a quote from you that gave me the sense that you don't see beauty, art, and self-expression as separate from science and technology. And I wondered how your thinking on that has progressed and what we might do, especially in education, to bridge those two areas.
Well, I think very little in human, the world is actually that different. I think there may be different avatars of who we are. So I'm not sure what code, but I often talk about how both the sciences and the arts are our ability, how we're trying to express ourselves and our understanding of the universe. One of them is a universe as it's experienced by everyone, which I think is more the sciences, whether you call them the physical sciences, social sciences. The arts are taking a personal perspective and trying to get people to understand what it is. So, for example, when you tell a story about something that happened to you, or if you paint a picture, you're trying to provide this perspective of something that's very personal to you and try to give people, to universally allow people to access it. When you look at the sciences, there's some universal things that happen to people, and then we're trying to understand it and catalog it and express it in certain ways. I think one of the other issues that we look at when we think about these things are that, and now I am not trying to be relative on science and stuff like that, but the reason we need diversity in science and STEM fields, and in fact, everything we do is because people bring different perspectives to bear. They ask different questions. They, even if you assume that people were going to look at the data the same way, that's not necessarily true, because people get an opportunity to throw out data sets as false or not valid or may have problems. Other people can sometimes come back and look at that data set differently. And I usually tell this story about, and I'll tell it really quickly. I see, I got you. You're
Put a light on it.
You have it. So the story I really tell is about breast cancer, right? When I was going to medical school, the treatment for breast cancer was a radical mastectomy. You take off the whole breast, you pull off the lymph nodes and everything else. It wasn't until you had women, it was back in the 1980s, right? That was the treatment for breast cancer. It wasn't until you had more women involved that you got the lumpectomy with radiation, which is actually a better therapy. It's less disfiguring, it has less physiologic damage. But it was depending on who was doing it, because I remember them talking about testicular cancer when I was in medical school. And I was like, we can't take the testicle off now. We have to save that.
It's all relative.
But it depends on who's doing it, right? Who's looking at it. So sometimes it's the perspective that makes a difference. What questions asked? I can go back with the whole thing where they said that women should get calcium from milk. Remember, there was a time they did all this milk stuff. The majority of women, adult women, are lactose intolerant. You'd be better to say sardines and broccoli and turnips and all those other things, right? But it's this perspective that makes a difference. Those are just two sort of on the surface things, but they go much deeper than that. What perspectives do you bring to bear?
One last question, quick answer.
Hi, my name is Dara Fickus, and I work in Washington, D.C., and I teach French STEAM, actually. So we have the arts component to STEAM in our program, and we're just piloting it now. And I feel a little nervous sometimes teaching science, just because, like you said, I don't always have that scientific background. So I was wondering if you had any suggestions for activity or two that you've seen work really well with the students that I could go back and research and implement in my classroom.
So even though you put the 1 minute, I can't do this in one, I have to do this really quickly. And I'm going to try to be measured about this. I've always been concerned about transferring STEM to STEAM, and let me tell you why. It has nothing to do, you know I like art, so it has nothing to do with that. It has to do because STEM was something that had particular issues around it that didn't get supported. And then when we started to put arts in it, it had the ability to start to change what we were looking at, because arts was being left behind too. And in fact, I gave a talk where I was like saying, just as we left the arts behind, we were leaving basic research behind. And I think they're a manifestation of the same thing, our inability to really understand the importance of doing these basic things that may seem abstract to some people without commercial use. So to talk about that, there's some incredible ways. So, arts are all kinds of expressions. I think you can teach certain things. We've used teachers who had different disciplines in our science camp to make them comfortable with things. I don't have a particular answer, except for we have our kids actually build models, right? We have them, when we were having them do it in the 4-week residential camp to explain how many people can the earth hold, they decided to do a Family Feud kind of story thing to get data and ideas across. So there are lots of things where the kids come up with the stuff themselves that they take from their experience. So, I'm having a little bit of dilemma about the STEM versus STEAM and all that means, because the fundamental problem, the reason we've had to put the A in there is because we had started ignoring the fact that people have many intelligences because we wanted to say reading, writing, arithmetic, period. And that is foolishness, because that's not the way life is. So I would ask us to push to say, don't put it all in one package in one day. Let it expand so that it takes up all kinds of stuff in time.
Great.
And you were asking me one thing they can go back with?
Yeah, one thing.
So
on Monday morning.
I'm not saying that everyone, probably a lot of people are doing that, but it's really in changing your expectations of what your students can do and not just letting stuff go, right? Sometimes it's really, don't you get tired sometimes? Oh my goodness, I gotta go through this again, I gotta say that again. Don't get tired. If you ever need permission to say something a little daring, I have these bracelets on that say daring makes a difference. I give you permission to be daring. Thank you very much.
So let me end this session by also sharing some words of Dr. King. If ever there will be a world created where every single child gets as much education as their minds can absorb, it will be created by people of goodwill. That would be you, our educators of America. I have pages and pages of notes, and I am so sure you do too. And you will go back Monday morning and you will make a difference for your kids as you do every day. Join me again in thanking Dr. Jemison for being with us today. So please.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a courtesy to our presenters, please silence all mobile phones at this time. The meeting is about to begin.
Welcome. Thank you all so much for joining us today for this discussion on teacher voice and charter schools in public education. My name is Hallie Potter. I'm a fellow at the Century Foundation, and I'm co-author with my colleague Richard Collenberg of a book, A Smarter Charter, Finding What Works in Charter Schools and Public Education. And I always have to give just a little plug for the book. And one of the main issues that Rick and I look at in A Smarter Charter is the evolution of the role of teacher voice in the charter school movement. So one of the earliest visions for charter schools came from Albert Shanker, the president of the American Federation of Teachers. And that may seem surprising given the political forces at work today between charter schools and teacher unions. But Shanker shared this vision for a new kind of public school that would be teacher-led, where educators would be encouraged to try out new ways of reaching teachers. These would have been schools that were unionized, where teachers had more leadership and room to explore than in traditional public schools. Now today, the charter school landscape looks quite different from what Albert Shanker envisioned. In fact, only 7% of charter schools today are unionized. And charter schools have higher teacher turnover on average than traditional district public schools. So what can we learn about how to run schools and how to structure the teaching profession by looking at what has worked in charter schools and what hasn't? As we're experimenting with new school models, what are the best ways to tap into teachers' expertise and to create environments where good teachers want to stay teaching? Does giving teachers a say in education improve student outcomes? And what's the experience in charter schools that have really prioritized giving their teachers voice and leadership? Well, we have a distinguished panel with us today to tackle some of these questions. My colleague, Richard Collenberg, is a senior fellow at the Century Foundation and the author of 6 books, including Tough Liberal, Albert Shanker, and the Battles Over Schools, Unions, Race, and Democracy, and also my co-author in A Smarter Charter. Randi Weingarten is president of the 1.6 million member American Federation of Teachers, where she has been responsible for a number of innovations, including creating the AFT Innovation Fund. Rick Hess is director of Education Policy Studies at American Enterprise Institute and author of 11 books on K-12 and higher education. He's a former high school teacher, and his newest book is the just published volume, The Cage Busting Teacher. And finally, at the end of the table, we have Mike Chalupa, who's the academic director at City Neighbors Foundation, a network of 3 charter schools in Baltimore. And he's also the former principal of City Neighbors Charter School. So to get our conversation started, I'm going to ask each of our panelists an opening question, and I've asked them to keep their responses to 5 minutes or less, and we will be timing. And so, Rick, I want to start with you. Can you just tell us a little bit more about Albert Shanker's vision for charter schools and how the charter school landscape today compares to that?
Sure. Thanks, Hallie. So Albert Shanker was, as Randi Weingarten is, a teacher union leader, and he was an education reformer. In the press, and some of our friends on the right try to divide those two things and say that the big debates in education pit teachers' unions against education reformers. But Al Shanker was both, and he was a font of ideas about ways to improve education for children. Among the ideas that he had was the creation of the National Board of Professional Teaching Standards, which is sponsoring this conference today. Another of his ideas was to create a new type of school where teachers could experiment with new ideas, try new things, in the hope that that would provide lessons for the regular public schools. In 1988, He gave a speech at the National Press Club not far from here, where he articulated this idea for what would later be called charter schools. He originally had the idea that teachers, because they have so much experience and have lots of ideas to offer, should be given leadership in a way that the traditional public schools might not allow. And so in his press club speech, he talked about a couple of ideas. One was, as I say, teacher voice. Teachers should be in unionized charter schools that would also allow democratic voice to go to a higher level. And the second prong was that the schools should be more racially and economically integrated than traditional public schools. Both of these ideas had a lot of research behind them. I'm going to focus on the teacher voice piece today. Richard Ingersoll, who I think is giving a session at this very moment from the University of Pennsylvania, has done a lot of work to suggest that when teachers have voice, they're more invested in schools, they're more likely to stay longer in schools, and that education outcomes are better as a result. And so he and others have provided the research basis for this idea. If you look at the history of charter schools, early on the first legislation came in Minnesota, and Ember Reichgott-Young, who was a state legislator in Minnesota, introduced the first charter school bill, had teacher empowerment right at the center of this new burgeoning charter school idea. She saw that there were a lot of people leaving traditional public schools, a lot of teachers who were unhappy, and she thought charter schools would be a way for us to keep more teachers in the profession. So how has it worked out? In practice, that's not the path we've gone down. As Hallie mentioned, only 7% of charter schools are unionized. There are not a lot of other avenues for teacher voice at most of these schools. And not surprisingly, teacher turnover is higher than in traditional public schools. Now, we know that charter school teachers are younger, for the most part, than traditional public school teachers, and we know that charter schools are located in higher poverty neighborhoods. So the question is does that explain why there's higher turnover in charter schools? And the people who've looked at this issue closely, people like David Stewart and Tom Smith, suggest that explains part of the reason that there's higher turnover in charter schools. But in fact, there's a strong residual, and there are higher levels of dissatisfaction among teachers in charter schools. We also know that charter school teachers are only fired at a slightly higher level than teachers in traditional public schools. So that's not the key explanation. When you poll and survey charter school teachers, they do express higher levels of dissatisfaction with teaching and higher rates of burnout, which is something that even some of the reformers like Stephen Brill have recognized as a serious problem. So, not to end on a gloomy note, I'll note that Mike's school and Bobby, his colleague, is here as well. City Neighbors is an exception to the rule, and in our book, A Smarter Charter, we profile 15 charter schools that are either economically and racially integrated or provide teacher voice and are doing a good job of doing that. So, and Rick, I've singled out Randy and Mike, so just so you don't feel bad, I'm really glad you're on this panel too, and look forward to hearing about cage busting teachers.
Great, thanks, Rick. Randy, I want to go to you next. So it has been more than 25 years now since Albert Shanker gave this first vision for charter schools as a way to give teachers more leadership opportunities. So what's the AFT's stance towards charter schools now? And perhaps more importantly, what should we be doing today in order to give teachers more voice in education.
So as you were saying that, the song from Fiddler on the Roof, it's been 25 years, started coming into my head, sorry. But it would be better, frankly, if those of us who are engaged in education, actually, even if we were the dysfunctional couple that you saw in Fiddler on the Roof, but actually were people who were engaged together, trying to make things work, I think we'd be much farther along. So you'll now all think about that song every time you think about 25 years. So let me make 3 points. One, we still believe in Shanker's vision, although we think it's a lot more complicated now than it was at that point. The whole notion of there is a vital connection between charters and unions, and that charters, his initial notion, or as you talk to him about it, as he in the few years before his death, he would, my words not his, but he would constantly talk about it as still really a potential to be a lab, to be some kind of incubator of trying to think about on a small scale some ideas and seeing if they worked, to see if you could then move it to the larger public system. He never thought about this as a competing system of schools. And frankly, I would argue that the competing system of schools, which is what you see more and more, not in Baltimore, frankly, but in so many, and we're fighting to keep the original vision of charters in Baltimore, against like the governor right now. But there's this notion of when you have this competing situation, it has come at great cost to taxpayers and to students. In fact, some of the folks who have actually shown that are the Fordham Institute and Mike Petrilli, who have called out a lot of the abuse and the fraud and whatever. People who actually thought about charters as a good thing and wanted to make sure that they stayed in the, in that wheelhouse in terms of that. In fact, there's a recent study that found $100 million of fraud and mismanagement in charter schools in just about 15 states. So, number one is he really thought about it as an incubator, as something that was part of a bigger public choice system, not as a competitive system. Number two, he saw it he saw it, and the union and our union still sees it as a way to empower teachers and free them from the kind of overly bureaucratic regulations and strengthen their voice in curriculum and in other kind of decision making. The rub is that a lot of folks would actually like to do things that replaced standardized testing with multiple measures of student achievement and things like that. And it's interesting to watch even people who believe in charters, which rules they think are important and which rules they don't. And so there's been a lot of frustration, even in some of the unionized charters, about, look, let us take the responsibility to think about other ways of actually getting to these accountability frameworks. We represent, may surprise people, about 9,000 charter teachers in more than a dozen states, including California, Illinois, Florida, and New York. And one of our members recently, does that say time? One of our members recently said, in a teacher in a Brooklyn charter school, quote, being part of a union gives you the security to speak your mind, the security to advocate for your kids when you know what's best for them. So there's a lot of things that haven't worked the way Al thought. Too much competition, too much badgering of one versus the other. The whole notion of flooding the zone, like in New Orleans and others, was never part of what he thought. The whole notion of siphoning off money, never part of what he thought. He thought about it as an incubator that could actually, if it worked, could actually also create great practices in terms of the public system.
Great, thank you, Randy. I'm going to turn over to Rick Hess now and ask you to push back a little bit, which I know you'll be willing to do. So Rick, you have been critical of some teacher union policies, and you also have a new book out looking at teacher leadership. What are some of your biggest concerns about the role that teacher unions play today, and what's your vision moving forward for teacher voice, teacher leadership, and teacher unions?
Sure. So it's great to be here with all you guys. So look, I mean, partly, one of my frustrations is that we make these topics that could be subjects of civil and reasonable argument and disagreement into holy wars. And I've never quite understood what the value is, why we do it this way. Yeah, I've got enormous problems with what the teacher associations have done over time. I don't think it's because anybody meant ill. I think it's because going back to Horace Mann and the Common School, and then and then the progressive era, and then the wave of unionization, kind of, middle of the 20th century, we institutionalized a lot of ways to go about educating kids. Job descriptions of teachers, school calendars, financial systems, and the rest. And this stuff may or may not have made sense 50 or 100 years ago. I don't think it makes a lot of sense today when we're trying to talk about how do you create great teaching and learning for all children with the tools and talent at our disposal. I think lots of what states wrote in place, and a lot of what districts put in place doesn't make sense anymore. And I think lots of the stuff that got written into collective bargaining agreements doesn't make sense anymore. I would include in there the way that we've thought about tenure, the way we thought about step-and-lane pay, the way we think about job descriptions. Much of what I think is a pretty intrusive language you'll find in a lot of collective bargaining agreements. I don't think anybody's villainous here. I think there was stuff that was done. And just like the UAW contract with GM or Ford may have made sense in 1955 or 1975, I think you get to a point when it doesn't make sense. Now, the trick is, in the private sector, the way they deal with this is other forces are at work so that when these contracts become unsustainable, either United Steelworkers has to renegotiate or something like Bethlehem Steel goes away. The particular challenging point here is in the public sector, it doesn't play that way. So we have to actually go in and actively modify the rules under which we work. And the people who are in classrooms naturally feel that these things are useful protections for them and have grown used to the ways of doing business. And people on the outside see it differently. What happens at that point is people on the outside get really frustrated at the way things get done. They have a sense of moral imperative that schools aren't working for kids. And they then see the unions, I think reasonably, as in the way. And teachers feel like they are being attacked and like their unions are being vilified. And I get it. So how do we get out of this? So for me, that's kind of part of what I understand as the role of the cage-busting teacher. And the premise is real simple, that teachers are in these classrooms that often feel, when you talk to accomplished and recognized teachers, like cages. They retreat from schools that I think are dysfunctional. They hide from PD that they think is annoying. They give up on principals and superintendents that they think are out to lunch. And they just go to their classroom. And to Randy's point, one of the things that they think makes them safe in their classroom are these protections. The way you change this is that teachers know more about how things play out in schools than any other adult in America. They just do. This is their job. They know where rubber meets road on teacher evaluation. They know where rubber meets road on Common Core adoption and anything else. Therefore, I want teachers to play a leading role because they have that expertise to share. The problem is that in order for me to trust my pediatrician, I got to be confident my pediatrician's got my kid's best interest at heart. And it's actually more than that. If my pediatrician's part of a practice, I don't just need to trust my pediatrician. I trust that when I go in and somebody else is going to see my kid, that my pediatrician is making sure that all of those pediatricians in that group are competent. Right now, that's not the confidence that the American public has in teachers. And in fact, it's not surprising because teachers don't have that themselves. 70% of teachers say there's somebody in their building who shouldn't be teaching. 5% of teachers say that 5% of the teachers in their district deserve an F. So we're not talking about a lot of teachers. We're talking like in any profession, think tanking, anything else. There's some number of people who don't do it well. How do teachers get the credibility to be able to be at the table? They don't deserve to be at the table. Nobody deserves to be at the table. The cops in Ferguson want to be at the table. They don't deserve to be at the table. They're public employees, paid for with public funds. They're to take care of the public's needs. The way they get to that table is they convince people that they're going to do a better job watching out for the citizens and the kids than other people. So what I think the way out of this box is teachers have got to do a better job policing themselves, calling out mediocrity among the ranks, but also among district leadership, district HR practices, where we're wasting time and wasting money and not serving kids well. That will help teachers win the credibility that they can be at the table talking about how do we do these things well. The policymakers and reformers will be more comfortable. And some of these contract provisions, I think we can then start to revisit in a more constructive kind of virtuous cycle rather than in the policy trench warfare that, that we find ourselves so mired in today.
Great. Thanks, Ruth. I saw Mike nodding at some points during the descriptions of teachers' frustrations, and I'm excited to hear from you, Mike. You have been involved in these issues on the ground as a principal and now academic director at City Neighbors, which is a unionized charter school in Baltimore. In your experience, what do you see as the role for teachers in school leadership, and what are some of the most effective ways that you've found to empower teachers at a school?
Yeah, thanks. Let me just say, we have 3 arts integrated project-based Reggio Emilia inspired charter schools in Baltimore, Maryland. My colleague Bobby McDonald and 100 teachers and 600 or 700 families work really hard to create these thriving schools together. I actually became a school leader because I worked together with amazing teachers in a lot of different environments. And in every circumstance I worked in, there was an entrenched bureaucracy or a leadership or something that got in the way of them doing tremendous work. And I thought that I may not be the most skilled or expert person in the world, but I at least could create the space for them to use that expertise and knowledge to do that great work. And so, what we believe is, and a little bit of what Rick was saying, and I think all of us agree, is that, teachers are the ones who have the best collective understanding of what's happening for kids and families in a building, right? They're the ones who understand how policies and practices play out, actually, whether it's school policies, or whether it's grade level policies, or whether it's district policies. They're the ones that know how it plays out in the lives of children in the classroom. They're the ones who are actually going to be the ones who are responding to the needs of those kids. And they have absolutely more expertise than I have, which isn't saying much, but they have more expertise than I have. And so we together set about creating a school where teachers are integral, are part of the leadership. It's not actually about just teacher voice or teacher input. It's about a collective practice of creating great education together. And so you asked about where it's most effective for them to be part of that leadership. And I jotted a note when I was preparing saying, where isn't it effective for them to be part of the leadership, right? And so I just thought I would give you a few examples of where they are part of that leadership in our school, but it really covers almost everything. So for instance, we have a structure for our board where we have community members and board members and kids and teachers. All are members of our actual board of directors. They don't have a half vote or a part vote or a kind of voluntary statement. They actually have a part of our board. Every hiring decision in our school is done by consensus of the staff. So teachers come together, they've designed the process, they ask the questions along with the principal, and everybody who's brought on is brought on because that group of teachers together who know our school and know our culture and know what we're striving after in education and know what's needed in our school are making the decision about who to bring on, which of course also makes a difference when that person is brought on, because then they've all bought in to who that person is and are already part of that person's support network. It's not coming from an external source. They actually designed our evaluation process. So we, like many places in the world, have been victim to a new evaluation process that has to do with merit pay and kind of standardized things across an entire district that tells you what good teaching and learning is. And so our teachers, along with us, fought to get a waiver from that evaluation process. And our teachers gathered together in our vision of what good teaching and learning is to design how they're going to be evaluated, right? And that creates a kind of collective agreement on what it is to be good teaching and learning, good educators and great teaching and learning, and they own that. And so they are the ones who create the initiatives in our school. Sometimes I have an idea that they might latch onto, but most of the times they create, and it's actually my job as the leader not to just let them do it, but actually to facilitate and help them drive that process forward, right? And that there's a difference there. It's different than it's not just distributed leadership and everybody doing their own thing. My job as the leader is to take those initiatives and help them realize it. So that can be anything from disillusionment with our current math program to deciding that we need a summer program, right? So all of those things they're involved in. They are the creators of their curriculum. So we're not following modules that are given to us by a district. You know, one of the things that we do is we close every Wednesday a couple hours early because actually to do this work, partly to create the curriculum and all this other work, teachers need that time to be able to do that work together. They decide together with me and whoever the school leader is at one of our schools what professional development is going to look like. And it's not the same for every person, and we don't attend district-mandated professional development, right? We're responding to what's actually happening on the ground. I would also say that, you know, in terms of how teacher voice manifests and matters, it also matters in faculty meetings, in public events. It matters who's speaking, right? And so I just had an incident with a moment with a teacher where we had 30 interns at our school. And we were presenting what we were doing, and they were going to come to our school. And when we were deciding how to introduce, I asked her to go first. I assumed she was going first, and she was shocked. She was a newer teacher. And she thought maybe these external folks would expect the principal to go first, right? But no, it matters who speaks first, when voices are heard, how they're heard. And so we believe that at every level of school, teacher voice matters and can be part of the creation. We are a unionized school. I would say that our teachers absolutely enjoy and like the benefits that the unions give them in terms of salaries, in terms of benefits, in terms of those things. Our teachers in our school are very critical of our local union. And often the things that are frustrating to them are the district policies, and which some of those are endorsed by the union, although not all of them. Those are the things that are actually frustrating to them, like, for instance, a new teacher evaluation system, right? So, so it's a very interesting kind of thing for us in Baltimore and in our school. So, so yeah.
Okay, well, I hear this theme of teacher frustration across, I think, everyone's remarks, and maybe one of the things that everyone is nodding at. And one piece of that has come up is this idea that, you know, in charter schools, teachers tend to be younger, and we know that there's higher teacher turnover, and you know, our teaching force moving forward is going to be a new generation than before. So I'm curious what you all think this shift means. You know, is there a younger generation of teachers that has a different expectation for the teaching profession? Is that something that we need to respond to? And if so, what would that look like?
So can we actually, because I actually, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I think that there's something really, there's just something, before you get there, there's something very fascinating about this discussion, which is that I think that I heard, so do you mind? Because I think that there's a tremendous, as Rick was talking, one of the things that Al did in New York City, in some ways, that kind of put us on this path, is that because schools were like factories, there was a reaction to that, and there was there was, at that point in time, you had two very different models. You had you had an industrial model and you had a craft model. And what happened was that the first contracts were of an industrial model sort, which is what, we're all living with today. In fact, a lot of schools are still factories and of that industrial model, and a lot of the reactions are to try to do something in a regulatory compliance way on that factory.
Yeah.
And so as both Mike and Rick were talking, I'm sorry, I just was like, oh my God. So what happens if you could figure out a craft model now in some way? And what would happen if you could, and I think that's what Al really tried to do with charters, because he saw that too, but he was saying, okay, everything is not going to change in a day. And frankly, some of the districts, and look at charters. Charters had the chance to do lots of different things, and most are pretty much a factory model without unionization. But it's not, Mike's accepted, but there's lots and lots of different Mike's accepted. No, and there's some accepted, but if you look at all the charters throughout the United States, some are high performing, some are really interesting, and a lot of them are not, and it's the same kind of model. So the question before, because I think this actually does lead to where younger teachers or newer teachers are, which is, what is the highway to get to the vision that Mike was just talking about, which most teachers would love, which is, and so it's more than voice. It is this kind of level, it's like, and I know people use fuzzy words about this, but it is a collaborative environment where knowledge and voice are respected, and where there is an ability to take risk without getting killed for it, but by having that kind of professional attribute. And it really is much more of a craft model, where the issue of fairness should substitute for those kind of rules. And really our challenge is, and if you actually talk to millennials without asking the question of what would young people want, which immediately would get your experienced teachers saying, wait, I was young once, and on and on and on. But I think that the challenge is the issue of what is the highway to a lot more of these examples. Because we could talk about ABC School District, we could talk about the new prose schools in New York City, we could talk about actually doing, in my time in New York City, we did a bunch of these things, and a lot of it got slammed down by, the chancellor that came of mayoral control. So I think this notion of millennials, look, they're on social media. I would actually argue that social media is too much of people's lives these days, as we're all having our devices. And
We follow you on Twitter.
I know, but I think where the big difference between younger teachers right now and not so young teachers right now is the appetite for risk, and that's more that there's a sense that things are not going to be like they were before. There's a sense that they're not going to have the middle class that their parents had. There's lots and lots of debt that is facing them. There's lots of obstacles. But yet I also see a sense of an appetite to try certain things in a different way and see if they work. But they want to be treated fairly, and frankly, a lot more young people want to be in unions, and we're seeing that, frankly, our union is still growing. Sorry, I just moved it.
No, I think that those two are completely related. I phrased it as a new generation of teachers, but is it teachers changing, or the fact that schools simply haven't changed, which is another theme that everyone has brought up?
Right.
Rick?
Yeah, I agree with what you said completely, Randy. And charters don't have to be the only way to do this. And lots of interesting innovations are going on in the traditional public schools. Certainly, Rick, you brought up the point, just to differentiate, I'll say conservative Rick brought up the point that
Rick C. and Rick L.
A lot of teachers realize that some of their colleagues don't deserve to be there. And Randy, you've been on top of this issue for years, saying the union isn't there to protect every teacher. The union's there to protect quality teachers. And so in the traditional public school system, we've seen a lot of innovation through peer assistance and review, and models in which teachers are let go at higher levels than when the principal is in charge. So I think that can happen in the traditional public schools. I think part of the reason Hallie and I wrote this book on charter schools is we think they're uniquely situated in the ideal world to bring about those innovations, but with the purpose of instructing and informing the decisions of the traditional public schools where 95% of public school students continue to go.
Now, I want to bring into the conversation some specifics here, because there's one of the things that I loved that Mike brought up was a couple of concrete examples of having teachers on the board at your charter school, or changing your weekly schedule so that you let out kids midday on Wednesday and have a devoted afternoon for staff collaboration. Some of the charter schools that Rick and I profile in our book are teacher-powered or teacher-led schools where there are no principals or administrators and all of the duties are shared among teachers. So what are some concrete examples of really different models for leadership, either that exist or that teachers are yearning for? I'm curious, Rick Hess, if you had any of those examples come out in conversations that you had with teachers.
Yeah, so I think there's two ways to think. I mean, I think, that there's a lot of models. They're easy to import by analogy from other sectors, or they exist, right? So there's, the stuff that Ted Coldery and those guys started in Minnesota, the New Country Day model. There's about 50 of these teacher-led charters, maybe more now. You guys would probably have the more precise number. There's lots of ways to think about kind of the law practice models, about how you never meet a cardiovascular surgeon who says, I'm going to go become a hospital administrator. Because the cardiovascular surgeon makes 4 times what the hospital administrator makes, because there's an understanding that the skill of doing the work well is actually harder to find than the skill of somebody who can be a bureaucrat to run the building. So I think there's lots of models that make sense. For me, though, I guess there's also a tendency to romanticize. I mean, Rick mentioned kind of peer assistance and review. I'm a big fan of, this done well. I would argue it's hardly ever actually done well. I would argue that district leadership has generally been atrociously irresponsible about not policing either on the front end when it hires people or about ensuring that they're doing their jobs well. And unions, in some cases, unfairly get blamed for the fact that management stinks at his job, but I don't hear these unions calling management out, which makes them, in my book, complicit in the fact that children are being shortchanged. So the problem is in districts, it's not just about contracts, it's about protocol, it's about routines, it's about culture, it's about job descriptions, it's about HR practice, but it's about a lot of stuff that has accumulated over the decades, and it's not unique to education in any way. You see this in every sector with every old organization. The trick is, again, in the private sector, we're not actually very good at fixing this. The average lifespan of a Fortune 500 company from birth to death is 50 years. The way that we generally rejuvenate and have organizations figure out how to take advantage of new talent, new technology, how to write new rules, is not that Pan Am and TWA become Southwest or JetBlue. It's that they go away and new guys get to start. So for me, this is actually where I would push back a little bit on Randy's characterization of choice and charters. For me, I see a lot of the opportunity here is that there is a good and bad opportunity to let people reinvent. I want those reinventors to be educators more than anybody else, because I think they know more about what's going on. But here, just what I will say to your question about is the models, to Mike's point, is I have talked to lots of teachers or lots of schools that have an early release on Monday or Wednesday, and it's a waste of time. They hate the meetings. It is ridiculous and ludicrous PD. They just feel like it is an incredibly important. They say, I would rather have the kids for 2 hours. I think there are lots of these dynamics where it's not just do you create the structure, do you create teacher leadership role. Iowa insisting that you get this money if 25% of your teachers are now leaders, whatever the hell that means. But what are teachers doing to take the baton? What are teachers doing to hold these structures responsible? What are teachers doing to say, look, if you're going to give us PD, you've got to make sure it's respectful of us as professionals and not a waste of our time. So for me, there's actually got to be this baton pass. On the one hand, the folks in positions of authority who are creating these structures, who are doing this stuff. On the other, teachers speaking up and saying, don't give us kind of mediocre, unhelpful stuff, and everybody being more serious and mature about it, that it's not the models or the innovations, it's whether or not these things are actually executing in ways that kids are benefiting.
I would just say that I think that, to your point, I think that, and maybe this is a little bit off topic, but I do think it's about who we're grooming and who becomes the leaders of these places, right? And I think you're right in the sense of you can have all the structures in the world, and I think you absolutely need a structural frame for it. You can't not have structures. But it's about who is leading, and I think in traditional kind of districts, what you have is a hierarchy. It's a hierarchical model, right? And so that inherently kind of comes down to the school level. So there seems to be a rub there where you have kind of leaders emerging in hierarchical structures with entrenched power structures on one hand, and then we're also asking them at the same time to model a different kind of leadership that would really allow for teacher voice and the maximization of any of these structures. And so that, for me, is part of the beauty of charters, is to have that real freedom from those kind of hierarchical, entrenched power structures that actually can facilitate and allow for and model that kind of leadership, if done well, for leaders and teachers as well. But I don't think you can extract the leader from this conversation.
No, you can't. And I think that more and more, and I think that, may I?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
No.
I think that the whole notion of capacity building, so, you start thinking about when you see a lot of different structures, which we don't do very well, what really are the levers that work? Like, what are the strategies and what are the levers? I'm not sure that levers are was the right word, but for years, people thought that they could create a governance structure, and that by that governance structure would simply become the magic wand. So charters versus district schools, mayoral control versus local boards. And basically what you see in lots of these different, let's call it initiatives, is that some work and some don't. And so, but what we haven't done as well is that when we see certain things that we think actually really work, like, I talked about craft versus industrial model. I saw these two guys start shaking their heads saying, that's interesting, but it's like the whole notion about collaboration, professionalism, autonomy, things like that. So we have some places that do it. They're outliers, in some ways. How do we systematize it? How do we create a system where that is that's the rule, not the exception? Because and we have not figured out the highway to get there in terms of that. And I've watched that in lots of different districts where you start seeing the kind of collaborative framework that Mike is talking about, and then the next superintendent comes in and it's done. It's just toast. And so, how do we make the notion of that kind of quality work, that kind of speaking out, that kind of taking responsibility? I used to talk about it as policing, and a lot of our folks said, look, this is teaching. Let's not talk about it as policing. But, when you talk to, and I see some people from Toledo here, if you talk to the folks from Toledo about peer review, peer assistance, they would have liked to grow it to the next step. They would have liked to do that kind of work. You talk to people at the Performance Consortium schools in New York City, they will talk about it in the same way as Mike does. And frankly, for a long time, they hated their union too, until we started actually talking. And they have become some of the most engaged unionists because they see that they have that collective power within the union, and they can be critical of different things, and that's a source of strength. So I think that the issue about how do we take what works, think about what are the levers underlying it, the strategies underlying it, and how do you systematize, how do you scale, how do you sustain that becomes the rule, not the exception.
Well, I want to take audience questions in a minute, so be thinking if there's anything that you want to ask the panelists. And I want to bring up one more topic now that I think has been underlying some of the discussion that we've had, which is teacher turnover and keeping teachers in the profession. And really, we have 16% of district school teachers every year who leave their school, 18% of charter school teachers. Is this too much turnover? Is this high turnover? What does healthy teacher turnover look like? And if it's a problem, what do we need to do about it? Yeah. Rick, do you want to go?
I'll just say something briefly. Obviously, you do want some turnover. You need some flexibility in any system. If their teachers are not doing a good job, you don't want them to stay for the sake of stability. Having said that, there are enormous costs to these fairly high levels of teacher turnover. It's disruptive to the schools, especially in high poverty schools where kids develop relationships with teachers and then they disappear the next year. That's not good when their lives are otherwise unstable. There's a lot of money wasted on hiring new teachers. I mean, to the tune of billions of dollars, according to various groups. So this is, I think, beginning to become recognized as a real problem that we have to deal with. Originally, charter schools were one answer to that. Clearly, to date, most charter schools have actually made the problem of teacher turnover worse.
Well, I would,
like Mike
so
wanted to add something.
I'm not really speaking on behalf of all charter schools, but you know, we have, between our 100 teachers, we lost 2 last year. So we have a 98% teacher retention rate. And I think it is directly linked to teacher voice. I mean, I think it's because teachers want to be in a place where they are honored and known as experts, and they can actually make a difference in the work that they do every day, and that they are not victim to things above them, right? You know, that, so people come because they believe in the mission, of course, but they stay because it's a really rewarding experience, hopefully. Not every day, there's a few days here and there, but most days it's a really rewarding experience as a human being and as a professional, as a creator and as an artist and all those things that teachers are in every single day. So I would imagine more than pay or, you know, more than, you know, you get more for a better evaluation or more than any of that, I think it's that keeps teachers in the profession and wants to keep them going.
Absolutely. I mean, look, I mean, any industry where you actually know more and do better, at least in the first few years of your career, that has, in those same years, half the people leave, that is not, I don't understand how anybody could think that that's a good thing. Because you're losing, this is knowledge work, and you're losing a lot more people who have a lot more knowledge. And this goes to Rick's point about the whole notion of how people see professional development. Teachers will tell you they want support, real training, real professional development, not something that comes in from a canned program, you know, where, frankly, the person from Pearson or whoever else is doing it knows less than the teacher. And, you know, and just does the same pretty much introductory, you know, model. And then when you ask questions, they have no idea what they're talking about. So I think that there's a sense we can learn, frankly, from other places, including the medical model, about how to do some of that kind of rich knowledge building. But if you have a place where you walk into the door and have a pit in your stomach or a pit in your throat, you're not going to want to be there. But if you have a place where you feel like you are not only wanting to make a difference in the lives of kids, but can actually do that, and people are supporting you, it's going to be challenging. You're going to work really hard. But it is a feeling of nourishment of your own soul, plus seeing what's happening to the kids that you so much want to help. And the peer relationships then become amazing. I mean, I remember my mother in the good old days, you know, which were not so good old days, but her teaching colleagues became her lifelong friends. And I suspect that happens, Mike, in your schools as well. And that's what's happening in UniPrep, which is one of the charter schools that I actually still serve on the board with in New York City, that actually, unlike the U of T charter school, is doing quite well and has done quite well for years. but it is that voice and that connection and that collaborative environment. And so there is a portion of this that seems outrageously stupid, expensive, and should be changed. If you believe that teaching is a profession, and if you believe that what we bring to the table is some knowledge and quality.
Can I just ask, Randy, and it also seems to me, and I'm just huddled in the little place in Baltimore, but it seems to me that the trajectory for teacher voice and for all of that is actually going in the wrong direction. And I'm not
agree
actually
with you. I totally
directing
agree
this
with you.
just at you. So,
Yeah.
so, you know, the whole question about charter schools is, to me it feels like one way to sort of shake up that trajectory, but I guess I just want to say that I don't know what else is another way. If we're not gonna, because right now if we follow the same path, it's getting worse and worse and worse for teachers in terms of teacher voice.
Well, I think that what you're seeing is, in the last few years, it got much worse. But what you're seeing on the ground in so many different places is parents and teachers starting to join up together to say, we want more local autonomy within a public system and having real public accountability. And so if you've heard me, I've talked about how we have to figure out a way to have charters and other traditional public schools work together more, but work together within the same system so that they're not competitive. Because I think the draining of resources has been a real problem, and the competition has been a real problem. And so, but the other thing I'm seeing is that at charters, you're starting to see more and more charters wanting to be represented by unions, like Ben Franklin in New Orleans. And there's, so we need to actually, this notion of what defines the profession again, and starting to have those kind of, not only task forces and things like that, but having within schools a notion of what is the definition of student success, what should a teacher's role in that be, what should a school look like and be organized about, what are the roles of social emotional learning and things like that. All of those questions I'm starting to hear again in grassroots groups that are totally disconnected to what the state accountability system is or things like that.
I'll just say 20 seconds on this.
And then I wanted to get the grassroots, which
Yes.
is our audience. So if you have a question, there's going to be a mic in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, in Dana Goldstein's new book, she talks about the disillusionment of teachers and reaching a low point over 30 years. I mean, we're hitting rock bottom, hopefully, and now there'll be some changes. And to your example in New Orleans, Randy, I would add, to me what is really astounding is the unionization of charter schools in Chicago. I mean, you have a mayor who went to war with the teachers union and now is supporting the unionization of certain charter schools. And I think that's a healthy development, and it's something that reflects the fact that teachers are now saying enough, and they need to have greater voice.
20% of the charters in Chicago are organized. And this is with a kind of regulatory framework where many of them have decided to, one day they're public for certain purposes, one day they're private for certain purposes, dependent upon which rules they'd like to exploit. And so even with all of that, you're seeing more and more teachers and charters want the voice. They don't want the district regulations, but they want to be able to have the security to take the risk to actually help kids and to fight for the things that they believe kids need.
Well, I want to bring in our audience. So if you have a question, make your way to the mic in the middle so we can hear you nice and loud.
Much for letting me ask a quick question. As a local union leader at my school district, I've been asked a question about merit pay a lot, and whether or not I agree with it or not, that's not what I'm here for. I'm here to ask you that question. I love your analogy between, is it a craft or is this an industrialized factory? In a craft system, merit pay makes a lot of sense. In an industrialized system, maybe a factory system, maybe it doesn't. can we have merit pay in the existing factory model that is public education described as many times?
Well, let me just say that traditional merit pay, meaning that you get paid more for kids who do better on test scores, I think there's been enough evidence that shows it doesn't work. I mean, personally, I think it's wrong. That doesn't mean I don't think that some differential of pay is wrong. I think that if we paid teachers more who went to hard-to-test schools, who took on more responsibilities, we created career ladder models, I think those would be really interesting. And so you could have those kind of differentials. In fact, the old, salary scales, as Rick was saying, meaning based upon years of service and education differentials, were because years of service was a proxy for the more years of service, the more experience, the more knowledge you have, and the more credits you had was the more knowledge you had. So they were actually the first kind of differentials. So I think we need to think about having a salary that is livable at the beginning of somebody's career, but also finding ways to make this a middle-class career and doing differentials to do that are aligned to what schools need to do for kids and also what teachers need and want to do.
I think that's, of course I agree that teachers should make a tremendous living, actually. God, they work so hard. That there's no doubt there, and I guess I'm not also opposed to differentials. I know that when merit pay creeped into our world, and our teachers opposed it actually in vote before it actually came into our world, that it undermined a culture of growing and learning when it was based on what your observations were like, what your test scores were like, where it really took a dent for a bit, right? Because my observation now became about what I'm going to get paid next year, not about the opportunity to learn and grow. So I think that's the danger of it, is what it does to the fabric of a healthy culture. I mean, honestly, Randy, I'm a little bit confused because, 5 years ago you were at City Neighbors, kind of a big proponent of, the new teacher merit pay in Maryland that was based on test scores and based on, observations and evaluations. So I'm glad that there's a kind of next iteration of let's look at other possibilities, because the one that's been put in place actually, I think, is, in my humble opinion, is really detrimental in some ways to the profession of teaching.
What we tried to do in that was what the local union tried to do was to negotiate lots of different avenues. And some of those avenues were things that we disagreed with, and some of those avenues were things that we agreed with. And what ends up happening in collective bargaining is you try a bunch of those things. But I think what's happened is, so in my negotiations, for the 20 years that I negotiated, I fought individual merit pay based upon test scores or based upon the principal, being the principal's favorite. I think for the same reasons as Mike does, I think it corrodes and erodes a culture. Yeah. But we did try, school-based bonuses, but it didn't work. And so when you then look at the research and see that it doesn't work, I think that the problem is that this became so packed into Race to the Top that we tried to find the things that the other avenues, but this became baked into it.
So then will you help me undo it in Maryland?
I would actually love to work with you on it.
Excellent. This was a good day. Thanks, Randy.
All right, we have time for about 1 or 2 more audience questions. If you have a question, you can come to them. Actually, just go to the mic in the middle so that we can hear you.
Hi, I'm a registered nurse and a special education teacher, and I like the way we compare the profession to other professions like doctors, nurses, and lawyers. And I think that teaching is a craft, and it is an art and a science, just like nursing and medicine. Both of them are an art and a science, so it's difficult. I think we've gone backwards, and that's my question. We were paid to stay. If you taught inner city school, you were paid to stay, and the longer you stayed, the better you got. When I first arrived, I was the only new person in the building, and they took me in with care because it was a very precarious building in the sense that the teachers who taught there had been there for years, and they were very picky about who they let into their structure. And I was nurtured and trained, and after 5 years, I finally thought I was getting it. But if you compare yourself to, as we heard earlier, a pediatrician, how would you like it if the doctor was given a raise because all of his people got well? He wouldn't take very many people that were sick. And I mean, this is not unheard of, but surgeons are often picky about who they put on the table because they don't want a reputation for having all of their patients die. So if you're doing surgery on people in their 80s all the time, your survival rate is going to be lower than if you were operating on healthy people. So we cannot do it based on individual test scores with children and teachers, because why would we want to teach kids at risk? We would not get anywhere. And I just came from a meeting where poverty is our big issue. But I want to know, do you think, and I think in addition to poverty, that the turnover in teachers is a crisis. It's a crisis. Teach for America and all of these part-time teachers coming in have no commitment. They're not in it for the long haul. It's a stepping stone to a law degree. It's a free master's degree. They're not in it to stay. They come in, they know what they're doing, and they leave. The school that I was in, just to let you know, we were hard-pressed to take anybody on those terms.
So what do we think of that analogy that, merit pay for teachers is like paying doctors for having the most patients who just stay well?
So, I mean, I think this, I think one, this is, I think, an interesting example of why it is hard to generate goodwill. We went from, early on, I felt very sympathetic to what I was hearing on this panel, to a point when I am no longer. One, this notion, Rick, you flagged this idea that the respect for professionals is at rock bottom. I find that to be nonsense. Dan Lordy wrote 40 years ago about how school teachers felt disempowered and locked out of decisions in schools and education. I'm completely unconvinced that things are. In fact, if you look at the international data, compared to 23 nations in the OECD data, U.S. teachers rank about 8th or 9th in terms of respect, ahead of several Western European nations that we. So I think one, we want to be.
Let me just say this was a MetLife survey, asking the same question over 25 years. That's what I'm basing it on.
Yeah. So I think one. I think would be two. Look, So one. I mean, I am not somebody who's a particular fan of evaluating or paying on reading and math value added. That said, I mean, I think the question actually is not fair to the people who are out there who are excited about it. In fact, if you are familiar with the Affordable Care Act, one of the reforms, for instance, to Medicare and Medicaid, is the notion that they actually want to hold healthcare providers accountable, and one of the things they're trying to do is figure out whether the cost effectiveness and whether the patients are benefiting in a way that's commensurate. The way you control for issues like poverty and age is you try to do apples to apples. That is absolutely what the value-added models have attempted to do in education with all of the technical issues that are. But look, let me put it this way. I want professionals to speak up because I think professionals know more about the work that they're doing than a whole bunch of people like me who sit in office buildings inside the Beltway. I'm cool with that. At the same time, when somebody asks me how to improve the think tank I work at, I have natural interest. I like my office. I feel like I have earned my role. I like my salary. So no matter whether or not they think I know a lot about the place, I also have a set of vested interests. Now, if we are talking about a high-performing think tank where everybody thinks it's working great, then that's cool. But if the concern is that my think tank is not doing whatever it is think tanks are supposed to do, God knows, and not doing it well, then asking me what I think and know about it actually runs into problems. So Mike, I totally agree that I want to hear what those teachers think, but cultures don't exist in a vacuum. When we are going into schools that have dysfunctional cultures, where faculty feel disempowered, where you don't have 98% retention rates, frankly, I think you need to think about how do you change the operating incentives. Your faculty don't want to have some folks paid more than others, and forget merit pay based on test scores. I'm with Randy and Mike. But you know what? I actually like the idea of going to a medical practice where a cardiovascular thoracic surgeon makes a lot more than an RN or an EMT, because it takes a lot more training. And it's more important, frankly, that you keep a cardiovascular surgeon than you keep an EMT, because EMTs are easier to replace. And if you're in rural Kentucky, or you're from high turnover schools in urban areas, frankly, it's hard to get a lot of people who can teach AP chemistry in these communities. So you actually need to figure out how are you going to attract and keep those people. Right. And in reality, TFA, most of the places TFA is going, from the Mississippi Delta to Clark County, they have enormous problems with turnover, and it's not like if they weren't taking TFA, they would be finding people who want to stay for 30 years, because the average college graduate today works 5 jobs before the age of 30. The average college grad 45 years ago worked 5 jobs before they retired. So some of our assumptions about career models, about staffing, need to take account of the reality in which we operate. So look, I think it's fine for us to disagree heartily about this. We're going to have differences of opinion about how we should compensate, about what the job should look like, about how we're going to think about culture. But the idea that talking about differentiated pay, that talking about vouchers or charters or wide open expanses is that these things are somehow an attack on the profession, which is pretty much what I felt like I heard, and that the way that people who support the profession want to pay teachers a lot more money, want to pay teachers a lot more money uniformly without differentiation or retention and merit, are only going to say nice things about the profession, I think is pretty much a way of assuring the people like me who want to be allies are going to feel like we're absolutely on other sides of a divide.
This is one of the reasons that I love debating with Rick Hess, because Rick is one of the few people, we disagree on a bunch of different issues, but education is very complicated, and helping all children learn is really hard work. Like, what I would say is, we're not a niche market. We have an obligation for all children, and if you were a niche market, you would make lots of different decisions. In fact, one of the things that we've said to charters is that you actually have to play on the same playing field as the rest of us. But I do think we don't, and I get in trouble a lot, as you know. We see two things. We see the group of people that are saying the results are not what we need them to be, so we need to try to do something else. We've gotten so defensive that we see that as an attack, and that's what I think Rick is saying. And the flip side is, unfortunately, Rick, there are a whole bunch of people, like the Scott Walkers of the world, who do actually want to attack us. And so that there are, but what happens is that we can't see, and we need to take we want to be respected and treated like the professionals we are, but that also means we have to take more responsibility in that engagement process. And so I think that what you see is, what I love about our union is that actually we have a pretty big tent about all that stuff. And we do try to have those kind of discussions. And what I would say to this lady is, actually, I would have probably agreed with some of what you said and disagreed with some of what you said. When I was a local president, I would insist to go and talk to the people from TFA. In fact, I had to kind of bust myself into that door, and because they were my members, and what I found problematic about TFA was that I thought that the students coming in were not getting the support that they needed, and they were viewed as replacements of others. And so there was pitting, and a lot of the people on the TFA board at that point and whatever, they tried to pit the TFA recruits against other teachers, and that was putting them in a terrible spot. And so instead of actually saying, I used to say to Wendy Kopp all the time, why don't you come out and say two things? That you encourage TFA recruits to be engaged members of the union, if there was a unionized setting, and you say that you will not let TFA be used as replacement personnel for other school teachers. And I just asked her to do those two things. And because that, and by the absence of them doing that, that's why you have like this wonderful lady over here feeling like it was a competition or that it was an attempt to just lower the cost of teachers.
We are almost out of time, but Rick and Mike, any last words?
I can just say one thing. I'm a little more hopeful, Rick. So on the second prong of our book on school integration, we now have Diane Ravitch and Michelle Rhee, who both are saying school integration, especially socioeconomic integration, is something we should be looking at. And now I'm hearing Randy and Rick talking about teacher empowerment in some fashion as being incredibly important. We haven't resolved all those issues, obviously, today, but I think there's room for further discussions along these lines.
Teacher empowerment and responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I just, I wonder about the need to find the one right answer. And so I wonder about how we have a system that allows for many folks to pursue many different right answers. And so if you love merit pay, you pursue it. If you don't, you don't. And the idea that we have to come to one monolithic solution and standardize it across the world, to me is where the hope of charters lies, and I think it's going to be important for all of us to figure out, no matter where we are in the spectrum, unions, districts, charters, about how we really make that happen, because I think you're right. The arguments are actually not really necessary if we have the flexibility to have the opportunities to pursue many different possibilities simultaneously.
But then you would need the funding to do that. And so you can't, the dilemma, every time I hear that argument, the dilemma is, you're right in the abstract, but you need to actually make sure that the funding is there so you can actually integrate schools and that you can actually have housing patterns in some sort of way that you can actually have integration, or the funding is there that we actually are helping every child, and that there's not a way that one model siphons off funding from another model. And if we could do that, I think we'd actually have much more of an openness in terms of all sorts of different structures.
Well, I like the theme of Mike's comment as an ending to the panel, because it really lets us off the hook, because we did not find one answer, but maybe we don't need to. And I think the common theme is, I think everyone here agrees, is that we need more paths for teacher voice. We just need to figure out what those are going to be. So thank you again so much to our panelists. Please join me in thanking them for joining us for a great discussion.
Thank you.